Yo. So we're about to jump in deck very, very similar. I've been playing it since the last stream. I played two um off stream. Um, but that sounds right. Um, I've gotten issues with this now, which is obviously not fantastic. Um, but I think it shows promise. So this last league I went 0-2 into 3-2, which, like, I don't know, say what you want. These two were scam. These weren't. We played against Cascade Zoo. Um so I lost a scam, and I lost a closer one to scam. um then I beat some nonsense 8 cast deck that led on Glimmer Void, and then I blew them out with Fury. And then I beat, oh, I wish I remember. This was Cascade Zoo, and then this was a real deck. Can't remember what it was. I said it in the Discord. Um, Rhinos. I beat Rhinos. I wouldn't say easily, but I mean, Dead Gone is just a lot worse against, and Fire Ice is a lot worse against you than it usually is. So the matchup is a lot more manageable. Um, anyway, so I sent this list to Aspiring Spike today. He got, like, stun locked. He was already, like, totally frazzled by the chat, because he was brewing a deck, like, live on stream, new Cascade nonsense. But when I say the Cascade nonsense, the Discover Dinosaur combo stuff. Sorry, my shit is um and, like, there's too much going on in his head. I should have picked a better time. But he saw the Call of Death Dwellers, and he was like, that's so bad against white removal. Like, and that's not most of the meta, and you don't have ways to put the pingers into your yard anyway. And, like, he has a point that I don't have ways to put pingers into the yard anyway. The original versions of the list did have that, and he didn't like these lightning bolts, so maybe I will go back to these being the new card, the Terminate, that lets you discard a card or pay 3 life. But I've been liking how aggressive this Goblin Blast Runner gets with it and all that. But anyway, he said he didn't like the Call of the Death Dweller in general. He got totally stun locked by it, and I've kind of felt that he's right. I didn't realize it until I listened to him. Like, I was trying to justify the Call of the Death Dwellers. Like, one time I did the combo, and one time I discarded the combo to Fable and, like, did the whole thing. But often I'm not even getting Orcish Bowmasters plus 1-drop back. Like, it's happening a lot where I don't have stuff in the yard. Now, you do attack really aggressively to trigger Zoya was, because you have Call of the Death Dweller. And I don't think it's bad, but maybe he's right. Definitely not working as a form of card advantage. It's kind of just working as a reanimate most of the time. Like, I kill things, and then it's not the best. So maybe we can cut down on the number of these and focus on a different part of the deck, which is, like, this aggro-ish leaning thing. That being said, everything is an orc and a goblin except Fury and Ragavan. So if I'm going to focus on the other parts of the deck, I do want them to be orcs or goblins. Or just castable spells as opposed to creatures. Maybe things that make you sacrifice to make Blast Runner better. We'll see. But so this is what I'm at right now. Um, this is what I was at right now after what Spike said. I moved 2 Death Dwellers into the board and kept 2 main, and then I just added another bolt because I didn't know what to do, and I put the 4th Fury back in the main because Fury's just like good. Also, I don't think, like, obviously you don't see it until you're playing with it, but like Chain Whirler is really solid in combat, so I don't mind having him. He also said that there were too few 3-drops, and I don't think he meant 3-drops. I feel like he meant... No, I think he did mean 3-drops, and I think he was thinking about maximizing the Dweller. But like, the whole point is that you get like Orcish Bowmasters plus a Delver type creature, right? Like, that's the cool part about Call. It's possible 4 is too many. So like, maybe we can go up on some number of Goblin 2-drops with 1 or 2 drops with 2 or more toughness. Because the really rough part, because I've been losing the scam a bunch, but who isn't? So what? Maybe I'm 40% against scam right now. Maybe I'm 30. I don't know. But the really rough things against scam are playing out any number of X1s, because Orcish Bowmasters is 2 X1s for 1 body. So it's basically a 2-2. You're going to 2 for 2. A Fury if you have 2 2-2s, right? That's fine. But like, when I start putting in Bowmasters and Ragavan and the Stalker I just drew off the top of the deck, like, it gets rough. And so if there's some kind of goblins like that are either 2 toughness or like legit enough maybe to play on their own, like you know, it's not bad, and I'm not sure this is good enough for the deck because we don't do anything else with it, but the filters on that oh, this card is decently legit. But the goblins have to enter the battlefield under your control this turn, which is why it kind of sucks. Like, this ability just doesn't happen. It's second ability, but you can, like, you can play this out as a lord into a fury and not really worry about it, because they have to do 3 damage to this, and then if your stuff has 2 toughness already, like, you're good. So like, as an on curve lord, like, it's first. What is like, let's just look at goblins in modern real quick. And can I do, well, I don't want to do toughnesses. Let's not show the versions separately. And okay, Knucklebone Witch's problem is that it's an X. You know what I mean? The same with Exuberant Fuseling. Like, I'm trying to not play into Fury. Same with Cacophony Scamp. Like, these guys are good, but like, not where I want to be, because I can't like play them out onto a board. You know what I mean? And speaking of, I think it was Grok, or maybe it was Jean. I don't even know. Somebody suggested this card a couple times, and I was like, nah, not really. But this card and Mishra's Bauble and all the fetch lands and the treasures from Ragavan and Fable, like, that is just a Delver. Like, it is a flying, well, it's an unblockable 3-2, and you just manage their board and it clocks them for so much. I don't want to be on Goblin Grenade. A lot of people always want to be on Goblin Grenade. I don't. I don't think Tomb Raider's good enough, because we don't have treasures often enough. I have a feeling it's probably going to be an orc. There's Mower, who's a black red 2/2 menace that is basically hardened scales for orcs and goblins, and we have two goblins with token or with +1/+1 counters on them, so that's pretty sweet. So maybe we like cut this one bolt for a Mower. Possible Mauer is better than Moria Marauder most of the time. Also possible that we want Aether Vial. This version of the deck has been good enough that I haven't like switched over to Aether Vial versions like yet, but it is something I plan on doing. Like I think that there's something. It's weird because Zoyoa doesn't want you to play Aether Vial, and neither does Galactite Stalker, because you want to get them as big as you can, like, and get the triggers. And these descend triggers are set up to check at your end. Okay, so let's go on. Sorry, I get easily sidetracked, and I don't like to. I easily forget things is the problem, and I know that. So as soon as I remember something, I switch over to it. Then usually I can get back. I don't think Gorbag is good. It's possible Grim Wanderer is good. I don't think so though. Like a 5/3 vanilla that something has to die. I guess it doesn't have to be your creature that died. It could be their creature. So like you can Fury into Grim Wanderer. Just like slap a 5/3 on the board. This may be better than I thought. What if that is good? Like you're attacking with Ragavan, you're trading, you're playing Grim Wanderer. You're holding up Bowmasters, they Fury your board. You play Grim Wanderer instead of Bowmasters. It's not great, is it? I kind of want to test it, but like it doesn't feel like it's good because it actually costs 2. Maybe in the Vial deck. Um, this is a 2/2 unblockable, but not really. I mean, there's Battlecry Goblin, but the problem with Battlecry Goblin is that like Bowmasters is not a goblin. Most of our other stuff is, but Bowmasters is not. But it's sort of a 4-mana play. I mean, that's probably better than Grim Wanderer. Right, or warrior who control attack, guard, and draw. I think most of our stuff is not warriors. There are warriors, but yeah, only 2 or 3. I mean, this is actually pretty sick with with Call the Death Dweller, but that's a limited play. Bloodmark Mentor is like too situational. Whenever you cast a spell, if it was kicked, we're not kicking anything. We don't have any fairies. This is a 2/2 that lets you draw a card for sacrificing a creature. I think it's great because we don't have a lot of fodder. But it's like possible that we should be playing Squee in place of like I don't know, stuff. Sacrifice it. Player Planeswalker, upkeep. I mean, Enterprising Scallywag is can't be good enough. I always say that Fisher Wizard's not good enough, so there's no way Enterprising Scallywag is. I mean, the difference is the toughness, but like, you know, that Crater Maker is decent. Really not awful. Kills artifacts incidentally. It's not bad to clear the way. Pitches to Fury. Not bad with Death Dweller. I mean, it helps the Tron matchup, I guess. I don't know how relevant that is, but not the worst. Engineer actually pulls baubles out of the yard over and over again, trades treasures for baubles, which is like interesting. Did I not put this in? Bring this over here. I don't know how good that is, but we'll bring it over there. I'm really just looking at the 2 toughness ones. Run all damage that would deal to snow creature. Okay. Always like Goblin Kaboomus, but it's like comes with extra cardboard, and without a Lord effect, it doesn't do anything. It'll just like kill itself in like 2. The Morning Star is interesting. Not good. Guard a card, draw a card. We're getting close to the end of playable things. I mean, Goro is not terrible, but and we do have modified stuff, but we don't really get to 5 mana. He's a decent 3 mana play, I guess, because he gets hate. But better. We could always splash a 3rd color for those Jund guys. Everybody has been wanting me to play this card just because it has a goblin on the backside. I mean, if you activate this ability, you probably win, but I don't think the battles are good or worth casting. I mean, I guess you can play Zoyoa, trigger it. How often would I want Moria Marauder over this? Actually, this might be better than Moria Marauder in general. But it takes 2 creatures. Can Bowmaster ping a battle? Yeah, he can. Well, that's interesting. That Bowmasters can ping a battle. I'll put this in as a 1-of right now. Because I have one. This guy is actually not terrible. It's really aggressive. It gets turned on by Stalactite Stalker, but not anybody else. That's probably not the best. Mogwar Marshal's okay. Don't really like it. It sounds like it would be good with Stalker, but it's... I guess it kind of still is. It just makes it so you don't have to crack a fetch or a bauble. But our whole deck is designed to turn on Stalker turn after turn. So, like, I don't think you want Mogwar Marshal. You'd have to build the deck a lot differently. Like, yeah, I don't think you want it. We're almost at the end. Runevelt was like not great. I did test it already. It was kicked, search your library for a land card with a basic land type. And so sacrifice a land, draw a card. Like, okay. Did not realize that Sting Scourger was a 2/2 because it never survives. Like, I don't want to turn 4. This is interesting. Thick-skinned goblin can't get killed by Fury if you leave a red open. Also blocks Fury all day. Snoop is like not terrible actually. It might be better than Moria Marauder. Although I think we have 24 goblins and orcs, which leaves us with 20 goblins. Not great, but like third of your deck is goblins. That should be enough, right? Oh no, I was counting when I had 20. I was counting fables because they make goblins, but you can't play them off the top with Snoop. So we have whatever this is -4. We have 15. It's not really. Getting close. We're getting close. What do you think, Goblin Outlander? Just for real? Pro white. It's not good. I'd always play Metallic Mimic. Munitions Expert is like possible, but I don't think we need another pinger. Problem has not been that. It's been that there's none in the yard. Not that I haven't played one. All right, we're at the end of the playable 2 drops, and there's no 3 drops, and I think I would be playing Pashalik Mons if I really wanted a. I mean, I guess you could play Breaches. He has weird synergy with Ragavan if it's still alive, and he's a goblin, but he doesn't have haste, so he doesn't do anything when he enters the battlefield unless you have a Ragavan out. And if you have a Ragavan out at that point in the game, you're probably winning. So yeah, I think okay. There's always Rabble Master. Not playing Rabble Master. Oh yeah, Grish. So I always think about these cards. If I had ways that I was sacking my creatures, I would like actually like to build something around this, but just like not, because you can curve Bowmasters into this, and now your orc army is a 3/3, and then if you had a sack outlet, which I don't know what that would be, but some on curve sack outlet that sacks more than just goblins, so Skirk Prospector's not doing it. This isn't bad, but because it just ends up being destroy target creature with power 3 or less after you've attacked with it, right? But as it stands, we don't have a sack outlet, so someday maybe, but not today. There's a lot of goblin rogues out there. And Krenko is okay. Krenko, you want to attack, and Pashlik Mons was not good enough, surprisingly. Like I couldn't get him to work. I couldn't get any board states where I like had an extra goblin that was, you know, time for me to start sacking one every turn. So just not where I wanted to be. Have an untapped non-human. If you do, it gets +1 in trample. Meh. What does Rux do? Whenever patch all equipment attached to that. We don't have any equipment. And I played with Squeeze. Squeeze actually not terrible. But I think I want something cheaper than Squee. and Slow Bad and Scrap Welder are not it. This is the other squee I was talking about playing with, but I'm not sure that that is making the cut either. I guess Chieftain is better than I thought. It's 2-2. So here's the question. If I'm going to cut these bolts, I'm not sure that I should cut the bolts. But if I'm going to cut the bolts and maybe move the Moria Marauders to something else, do I want more dig like Fable? Now, more dig doesn't make sense if I don't have the calls anymore. Do I want Lords at 3? I don't think so. Because, like, the whole point of Goblin Chieftain is that he's swinging in with the team. He's got haste. And, like, I don't know if I am making that kind of deck. Like, we're aggressive, but it's kind of like a Delver. Moria Marauders are the only Goblin synergy. Well, okay. So, Moria Marauders are a Goblin and Orc synergy, which is why it's here. And it's got synergies. Obviously, you untap. You flash in Orcish Bowmasters, untap, play Moria Marauder. You're probably hitting your land drop that turn. You know what I mean? And then if not, we're playing 4 baubles. Like, so that's good with Moria Marauder in that sense. But I know what you mean, leaning into better Rakdos cards. But so I go through this, like, I've been thinking about this deck way too much, but I'm gonna like take that thought to its end. Maybe 2 things. Maybe speaking out loud will make me think differently, but also maybe I can get something from you, but at least you'll know where I'm coming from. The best Rakdos deck with the best Rakdos cards is Scam. And we're playing Ragavan and Orcish Bowmasters and Fury. And the 2 Lightning Bolts, which are the best, and Fable the Mirror Breaker, which are a lot of the best cards in Scam. Like, Undying Evil is garbage. You know what I mean? Not Dead After All, garbage. Thoughtseize is okay. It's better with Voidwalker. You could play Shieldred. I don't think you need to or want to. Shieldred beats us, though. So, like, I have them as bolts, and I switched to Shieldred's Edict over the Bitter Triumphs. Maybe I should switch back to Bitter Triumph. Let's only play 1 Pithing Needle. I don't like Nile Spellbomb. I never have, but it's alright. Like, if this is the main deck, I don't think you want Invasion of Mercadia. Like, it's just a 3/3 that dies. That's all it is. Squee I could see. Grim Wanderer I could see, but I'm gonna pretend that Grim Wanderer is all these cards. Like, literally all of them. And see every time I have those in my hand how I feel. I don't think Battlecry Goblin is good enough. It's possible you want Crater Maker. And it's possible Squee is good enough. Is Chain Whirler not good enough? Like, it's decent against... No, I think 2 is the right number. Like, you rarely ever do the combo thing, but pretty good against Bowmasters, and you can do the combo thing, but maybe that's not where you want to be. Like, this draws 2 cards, Call the Death Dweller, right? Like, most of the time. And if you're reviving a 3-drop, like, mean it. Alright, let's cut this down. Can we just try one each of Shoulder's Edict, Bitter Triumph, Molten Collapse, and then have a Crater Maker in the board? With 2 Death Dwellers in the board as well? That kind of makes sense, but like, alright, what am I boarding out? I just lost game 1 to Scam. What am I boarding out? I'm boarding out Moria Marauder. Boarding out... Oop. I don't actually want to... I don't actually want to lose that. Do I evaluate cards in the Scam matches, how good they are empty-handed versus a 4/4 Fury? Yeah, I know what you mean. And what that's kind of why I think Death Dweller is pretty decent, but I've been evaluating them as like, how bad are they against Bowmasters and Fury? Because like, Bowmasters has picked me apart so many times, but most of our cards are terrible against a 4/4 Fury. I mean, Shoulder's Edict, Molten Collapse, Bitter Triumph. That's it. And maybe these Call the Death Dwellers just should not be in the board. Maybe we shouldn't have 3. Or maybe we should board down to 3 first. Maybe 3 is the right number. More likely that 2 is the right number. So like, if I had another Molten Collapse, I would play it. Crater Maker make the cut? Like main deck cut? Probably not. But maybe these Bitter Triumphs should be finished. Working version. Yeah, I know, but it's like there's not a ton. It's a good point though. So if I'm clinging to this because it's good against Scam, like, maybe I just shouldn't cling to it at all. So if you do that, I mean, you have no ways to draw cards other than Moria Marauder at this point. You're just like, this is one of those decks where you're just, dude, you're like reading my mind with that Mind Collapse. I was going through all of the cards I own like recently to try and I actually was trying to go to a Modern tournament tonight, and I every time I came across a Mind Collapse, I pulled it out because I was like, I actually might end up playing this like really soon. Like, I don't know why we're not playing it yet, because it's for aggressive decks that have mountains, right? Like, that's what it's for. And everybody has a lot of them and it's common, but like, isn't Mind Collapse? Yeah, it's from Modern Horizons. Isn't Mind Collapse just worse than Shoulder's Edict? Like, it turns on Zoyowa, but it's not like we're pulling lands out of the yard. But I was thinking about it like so much today. I don't think Crater Maker's good enough. I don't think 2-mana 2/2s are really that good. Like, it kills Douthie Voidwalker, but I think I'd just rather have Lightning Bolts. I don't know if that's crazy. Do I have another Lightning Bolt somewhere? Oh, I just don't. I forgot. My 4th Lightning Bolt is foil, and it has been for years. I don't know why. You would just play Terminate over Mind Collapse. I mean, Terminate doesn't kill Planeswalkers. What are the Planeswalkers that are important these days? Wrenn and 6. which we're built well against. Teferi, which doesn't matter. Karn, which has already grabbed a 1 ring. If we had haste threats, this gets better. We don't have a lot of haste threats. Yeah, the format kinda, it used to be heavy planeswalkers, and now it feels like there's none. Let's take a look at orcs real quick, because that is not a search that I often do. And we're looking for 1 and 2 toughness, or we're looking for 2 toughness orcs, not just cards that say orc. Zergo sucks. This is like bad Ragavan. This is like they saw Ragavan and they were like, or they saw this and they felt really bad. They ended up with that. Battle Brawler is actually not bad. The 2-mana 3/2 first strike. I've been talking about how Chain Whirler is surprisingly good as just a 3/3 first strike. Like, this card is not terrible. But you want to have something that's more than just an attacker. You know what I mean? I don't think Gorebag is good enough. It just really isn't good enough. Can you believe what it used to take for red to draw a card? This is 4 mana. Sort of draw a card, maybe. I look at this card a lot, actually. I own one. Not the worst, but I don't think it's good enough. Is it better than Moria Marauder? Is it better than a Lightning Bolt? I mean, there's this card, obviously. But you actually, like, Echo is just bad when your cards don't have haste. Can we start venturing into the dungeon? We splash green? Guess you could. And that's it. Starfleet Captain has has synergy with Ragavan. You think we should put it in? Because it gets +1/+1 when Ragavan attacks with it? You think that's good enough? Yeah, I don't that there's really, I mean, Merciless Executioner is like a weird, it's a 3/1 though. I don't want it. And I think about this card all the time. Like, isn't this just good? But you need a way to sacrifice any creature like Grima Wormtongue, but this is, as much as it's a theme deck, it's not a theme deck. Like, I'm not just gonna put this horrible 2/3 cost card combo in. So I guess, or this is just not good. Just not good. I thought about this one because it actually is like a 1-drop and a way to sacrifice other things, but we only have a couple warriors. This is really close. This is actually really close. Possible that playable? No. Um This isn't. Um. Yeah, there's just not a lot of Gothmog enter the battlefield. No. There is the Brutal Horde Chief. The Brutal Horde Chief is a surprisingly good card at finding those last couple points of damage. I wouldn't play more than one. It's a Hell Rider without haste, but it has that 5 mana ability where, well, you force them to block. Yeah, that's bad. But you just gang block them all on one creature. How did the games versus Scam play out? No, the games from Scam become a top deck war. Just like anything else. They're pretty close. You beat the bad Scam players and you lose to the good ones. I have a feeling the Scam matchup is like actually bad, but there's a lot of people playing Scam. We're just gonna hop into it with this if it's playable. I'm missing one sideboard card. So let's put, maybe we put one callback and then call it there. Maybe 2 calls. Yeah, let's put one call and just let's go like this. Seems way worse versus Fury than a normal Goblin build. It's not. I don't know how else to say it. There's the Stalactite Stalker and the, what is his name? Goblin Blast Runner. They you grow out of Fury range with your Stalker really quickly, and this guy always takes up 2 power. So like this right now, this whole board is cleared by 1 Fury, but that's like, you don't fix that. There's nothing you can really do about that. Other than not play into it. But if this was a Stalactite Stalker, this is like a ridiculously good hand against. Because you'll have a 3/3 that they're kind of forced to Fury, and you're dashing Ragavan, like, maybe. I think I usually play Ragavan first, but could be dashing Ragavan. Oh no. Is this Rhino? What is Gemstone Mine need? Some crazy combo. Well, didn't anybody tell you not to play Birds of Paradise these days? I think I would like them to block, but the value off Orcish Bowmasters is so good. And I actually, I want to be able, I mean, I have to kill it. I guess I can give them the opportunity to block and then just pass with Bloodstained Mire up. They're a combo deck, so I'm like really tempted to just push as much damage as possible. But they're not playing Birds of Paradise without meaning it. Like, they definitely have Halfling in their deck. They're not going to tap this. We're not going to get more than 2 more turns, right? Wow, that's insane. So I guess we've figured out something here. The meta's been nuts. Also, they did that at the worst time. They should have blocked first. The meta's been nuts, though. I think, given that, I am no closer to figuring out what I'm playing against. But I'm gonna play this out because I want this game over with ASAP. That's a scary, weird play. What could that be? Is this like O'Hare? O'Hare Axonil? What is this? Find it. Alright, so not punished for not playing Orcish Bowmasters. Because they played Sleight of Hand instead of a card that draws. So, like, one of the reasons, and this isn't great, but, like, given the circumstances, I'm going to do this. Sacrificing the treasure makes this guy into a 3/2. I used up my lightning bolt, but, like, have Orcish Bowmasters to kill more Birds of Paradise. We're going to get another treasure token to keep the train going. No information off of the Ragavan exile because they had a City of Brass. I don't know how they win from here. I don't know how they win at all, let alone from here. This is a motley crew of cards. This weird border sleight of hand, this mutagenic growth, and this white border Birds of Paradise. I feel like this is some bot that's just like you just actually hit random on their deck, and this is what you get. So I'm gonna attack to see if I can like get any kind of something out of them. There's no blocks, so we're gonna do this. This should be lethal and a half. Like, I wish I could see what this Ragavan trigger did, because that was a. This is not real. Blood Moon is probably like good against them, but you don't need it. I don't know what is going on here. It's like, what do you do against somebody you know is about to try to combo you, but you don't know with what? Like, I can't thought seize them. I don't have thought seizes. I guess Shouldered's Edict is like good against a lot of things, and Blood Moon is good against what we saw. I don't think I'm gonna overboard though, because I do think that I likely just beat them naturally. Just shaving in a bunch of places. Moria Marauder I probably should have taken out. These are really aggressive hands. They chose not to play first. Urban Warder. Urban Rider? Is that what that's supposed to be? Urban Rooter? Maybe it's Rider. How do you take the draw against a Ragavan deck? Now, by the way, if Ragavan wasn't Ragavan and it didn't do 6 million things, like if you lead on Blast Runner, like it's attacking as a 3/2 next turn. So it is super aggressive. So they let on Sleight of Hand, and this time a Botanical Sanctum. Blood Moon? Okay, I mean, that's some kind of insurance, I hope. They might just be spell-based combo. But the reason I thought, like, maybe this was just good against anything is because you could have Planeswalkers in their combo. Manamorphose. I kind of want to draw a card, but not badly enough that I'm gonna waste treasure or um my fetch land trigger. This has got to be Neoform, right? Now that I see the Botanical Sanctum. If this is Neoform, then Shouldered Edict is good. Gonna be Allosaurus Rider. Just the slowest cast mana ever. I need a draft come. Actual draft comes in my window. It's a company I use. You may reveal a monocolored card you own. Okay, feel it. You're gonna give me the most information I've had about your deck yet. Am I gonna get calibrated blasted? Jeskai Ascendancy combo. That makes sense. I'm just the 4 lightning bolts has actually felt pretty good. Is it even 4? Like imagining that was a call of the Death Dwellers, it does nothing here except like make you feel good. What the fuck is gonna play some Zelda music, I think. Like a little eerie, but what it is. All right, let's see if we can grab a Jeskai Ascendancy. Wouldn't Jeskai Ascendancy be funny? Vanishing Verse. Exile target monocolored permanent. Nice try. Now that we know it's Jeskai Ascendancy, this Chain Whirler is actually even better than it was. Are they dead next turn? 5 plus 6. So not quite. Well, they are, because I'll just untap and play Chain Whirler. So we're just going to hold up Shouldered Edict. We'll double bolt them at the end of turn. And do you think Vanishing Verse and Painter's Servant is good enough for Modern? An interesting idea. I never thought of that before. Most things you're going to add a color to, but you do get to kill lands. So, oh, they're going to be saddened by this. Sacrifice a non-token creature, please. We don't get to bolt them to death now. Actually, we totally can. But it's treasure token, so we might as well do it on the next turn. Let's play the one we're definitely gonna play. And so Fury is actually also really good with Goblin Blast Runner, if you haven't seen it yet. Because if you evoke it, you sacrifice a permanent, and that turns Blast Runner on. I assume I'm supposed to just double bolt them out of this game. At the very least, their City of Brass taps once. I mean, that's what an aggro deck against a turn 4 combo deck looks like. It is like really, really aggressive. Is it? Is it just like how is this different than 8 whack? I mean, you get to play really good card, Orcish Bowmaster, Galactite Stalker kind of solos game, like a board state management thing. So it's like more mid-rangey. It is very Delver-esque. It's sort of tempo-y. But you don't have counter spells or discard. Just all removal and resilience. Is that a real thing? Are we just getting... I don't know. Are we fast enough to beat combo decks? Are we anything enough to be a real deck? I guess is the real question. This might be Lightning Bolt, but not gonna not start to grow my stalkers out of range. Means a lot coming from you, Bodingle. I know that you only ever played the realest deck there was. What? What is blue-red dead gone? I'm not gonna bolt them. Pretty unfortunate that to play my Goblin Blast Runner. Alright, well, this is less unfortunate. I assume this is like whatever wild deck Spike was playing today, because I don't recognize this mana base at all. I don't think Team of Rhinos would play a basic mountain, would they? Doesn't make a ton of sense. Doesn't cast any Cascade spells that we know of, but does get ready to cast the Geologist. People were playing today. And it casts like Glasspool Mimic and stuff. I guess it also casts Flame of Anor. Bowmasters is solid. I don't really want to play the 2 Blast Runners, but I kind of have to. Because it turns on a lot of the cards in my deck. I feel as if I'm about to walk face first into something. What? I'm not gonna evoke Fury just to grow this. I might evoke Fury though next turn to deal 8 instead of 4. But definitely, almost definitely not. This is where they Kozilek's return me. Oh no. So see, this is why we're better against Rhinos with this version than the other version. Because fire is just way less effective. Okay, please give me a land. Fetch land. Damn it, I didn't say that fast enough. I mean, it is what it is. Well, let's attack first. I just play Bowmasters? No, I gotta play Fable because it leads up to Fury. Let's attack first. See what they got going on. Likely nothing. I think they expected to draw at least one land by now, otherwise they wouldn't have kept this craziness. It's Rhinos with Tidebinder. So I'm just gonna bolt it, I guess. And then that means I get to hold up I just get to hold up Bowmasters. Wow. Okay. that doesn't make a ton of sense. Like they're still about to lose this. Is this card that good to them? Don't really understand this. I mean, now they can untap and Fury the shit out of me. Here comes Rhinos, though. We're kind of close to Fury. Like hard casting Fury. We have a decent ish blocking thing going on. But this, they have one card, now they have two. They had one card left. Kind of feel like I just want to take 8, but block this with the token and the Blast Runner. I mean, the Blast Runner will attack very quickly, but I think we're on blocking duty. Oof, the second Cascade will do it, though. That's why they kept this. It had a lot of weird interaction. But okay, we have some stuff in the board for Rhinos. This Rhinos version, though, I don't think... I beat 4-color Rhinos. Teamer Rhinos, I did not beat. We're discarding Bauble because we're hoping to draw a land. Got another Bauble. Can I actually win? Another Tishana's Tidebinder coming up. We have to attack with the Shaman token. They have way too much trample damage to deal with, actually. Dead. Alright, let's... Teamer Rhinos, maybe we're not as good against this 4-color, but do our best. I don't think Blood Moon is actually good against them. We have a bunch of Chalices. Not that many. I think the Death Dweller is good here because it's like one of your few outs. I guess the plan is to get as aggressive as possible. Although the bolts, I've heard people say that the bolts you leave in against Rhinos when you play Scam, just like want to close those games out. I guess Marauder's not the best. This makes Bowmasters trade with 1 Rhino, so that's not terrible, but like a long shot. Fable's pretty slow, but I think we need it. Board out 1 of something. Maybe 4 bolts is too many, but 2 is the right amount. Then We keep in. Bring in one Blood Moon. I think Blood Moon's gonna be good though. Shouldered Eating? These bolts are just bad. Like just half a card. It's just a 4-power trampler we get rid of. All right, this will dig us towards chalices. That's the best. That's the best I've got. Well, this has 0 lands. You can't keep a 0 lander. Not one that looks like that anyway. This is not nearly aggressive enough. Has none of our sideboard cards. I think we got to mulligan this as well. This has the thing. We can't mull this. Can't mull this. What do? We just hope to get there. I guess. I mean, a fetch land next turn is like sort of the perfect draw because it gets us out of fire range and gives us the thing. Although Dead Gone is still there. So it's only the perfect draw if we survive. Also, this only takes care of one rhino. We need this guy to survive. Well, basic island into dismember. Fuck. Bowmaster? I don't even know what I want here. My mull of 5 sucks. I guess Chalice. I want Chalice. Give me Chalice. Give me Chalice. Let me play the game. All right. Well. We almost definitely lose this game. What do you do? What do other people do against Teamer Rhinos? They just play more engineered explosives and stuff? I guess you Thoughtseize? Well, I would like to stop drawing lands now. I'd also like them to stop drawing lands. Too late for that. They're aware of the Blood Moon trick. They've fetched around it. They might put me on Bowmaster. If I attack, they're going to put me on Bowmaster. But they're also just not going to block, are they? That's 10. So I guess we're just blocking and soaking up 3 and then untapping and calling, which is like insane because they're just going to Tishana's Tidebinder me and we lose. I hope that they cast another Shardless Agent. That would be perfect, but they don't. What's likely going to happen, they're going to do the instant speed one, and I'm just going to like fucking cry about it. Yeah, I mean, I can't. There's no way to realistically bait it out. I guess I could dash Ragavan. Dashing Ragavan might draw out a violent outburst from them. All right. Well, that says no violent outburst to me. Unfortunately, I've put myself to what might be one life against more rhinos. I could have just got a basic. Oh no, I couldn't get a basic swamp. I only have one. Deshaun's Tidebinder? Yup. We're dead. So what does this do? It counters the thing, and then the permanent loses all abilities for as long as it remains on the battlefield. So I don't have Death Touch or Menace, but actually I might, because they are counters, and that happens in a different layer. But I won't have First Strike. Sure. Yeah. Which, First Strike Death Touch, great. Regular Strike Death Touch, not great. They're going to trample over for 5. There's nothing I can draw. And we got Fury. So, all right, we got wrecked by Teamer Rhinos. Tell me what else is new. I beat Rhinos earlier today, so I'm not too upset about it. But it wasn't Teamer Rhinos. It was 4-color. And they are susceptible to Blood Moon. That's how I beat them. I mean, I mulled to 5. I didn't see any hate cards. I only have 4, but did what we could. Aggro deck into Rhinos, probably not where you want to be. I think I'm going to grab some water real quick. I've been paired for my league. Yes, I'd like to play first. Let's make them think I'm tanking. I am tanking. I think I'm going to mull this. I don't think that this puts enough pressure. We don't get to do anything fancy. Turn 2, you trigger Zoyoa. Turn 3, you trigger Zoyoa. But, like, is that enough? Probably not. I think we have 12 1-drops. We can do better. This is solid. Obviously, Mauer doesn't look great here. But I think it's fine. If I do this, it's like they think they're against scam and they start playing differently. Unless they are scam, in which case they just untap and a pretty cool portrait. Wish I could zoom in on the portrait. It's Mishra riding whatever the Mishra thing is. So it's Amulet that we're up against. And this is a decent-ish hand against Amulet because we get to dig and maybe know what they've got. Well, I definitely want to hit them first. Before bobbling. Is there a scenario where I don't crack this fetch land? No. Playing Fable. We just want extra cards. They're drawing the Sanctuary. Depending on what they play here, Blast Runner might be going to the yard or might be going into play. Because it is a 3-power guy when you've got the Shaman token. I only wish it had haste. What is this? So we know they have... I wish you could... That would be sick. If you could drag cards into the revealed zone. Or if they picked up cards, they got automatically removed into the revealed zone. I would like that. Interesting. Razor. Crumbling Vestige. Dryad? The One Ring. Card's very good. I'm gonna discard. I think this Blast Runner is gonna put out so much damage, but this Mauer is also really good. So I think I'm gonna do this. And we're hoping to play Mauer and Bowmasters this turn. And we got there. So we don't get to play the Blast Runner, but we do get to play Mauer and Bowmasters. So this doesn't actually, you don't actually have to attack with both. Just less clicks. Or it's not actually less clicks, it's just the same number of clicks that I'm used to. We had to attack to make the treasure token. And so oh, we have to play this Bowmaster before they untap. No. I guess we just wait for them to tap. And then if they go through their whole turn, that's good for us, but they're not going to do that. I definitely clicked that. You saw it. I think my life total matters a tiny bit. I don't want to go to 13. I can kill the Arboreal Grazer, which is worth probably a bunch of damage. I think that's fine. I think I'm going to kill the Arboreal Grazer. Worst case, it's one less damage than I would have done, but because I have all these 2/2s, but like chances are it's actually going to be bigger. My biggest threat. Yeah, because it's a 4/4. 6/6. Dude, Maur's great. Maur's great. He's blocking Titans. Blocking Titans. But we might just be dead to Valakut triggers. I have to have, you know, the stuff. Do they not have the stuff? Stuff. Man, do I wish I had a lightning bolt? Probably, right? Or do I wish I had another Orcish Bowmasters? That would be great. They're at 4. Play out the Fable. Do I play out the Blast Runner? I don't see why not. I don't think they think I've got anything that's interacting with them in hand. I guess they could think I have another Bowmasters, but I already have one on the field, so. Oh, 2 damage short of killing them is rough if we die here. Oh, man. Wishing it was a bolt. Always wishing it was a bolt. I said when I first brewed this deck, like, I really think we're going to have a hard time finding the last 5 points of damage. And it really has been the case. Now they have to win here. I guess, or cast another One Ring. That's the other option. Like, I'm not involved in this game anymore, so I like kind of want to do something else. But what are you gonna do? You here? So who's got ideas for the brewing? I need them because I'm running low. Why did I think that this was a good idea? This is clearly just the regular deck, but I wrote Pyre and I must have thought that the Pyre was good with Stalactite Stalker because it starts your curve at 1 again and sacrifices stuff. So we should brew that. Been bad. A lot more outs to combo once you put Pyre in. They're still over here playing. They got a Primeval Titan out since the last time we looked. So they Summoners Pacted for this. Transmuting for another Summoners Pact for another Primeval Titan that goes and gets the hasty guy. I guess if I was like actually counting, I leave back the Orc army to block one of these Titans. I wasn't counting, and I probably should have been. Because that does make it harder for them to kill us here. I always assume they're going to Valakut trigger me these days, though. I've been getting, like, the guy who's bigger than this, than Titan, the last guy. He comes down, and he just, like, rips through their deck with lands, and then they draw a million cards, and then they get the Dryad. I don't really know what line requires 3 Titans. I guess they are doing the haste line. If I'd known that, does it give them double strike? I think it does. Player's Stronghold. And they have a better land than that these days, don't they? I don't know. So like, I haven't liked Runevelt. Guess you can take out the key. I don't know. I just don't know where you find room. I guess you can play like 65 cards. They have Boros Garrison, Slayer Stronghold. This gets Vigilance and Haste. So 8, 16 trample. But this is 24. So had I left back the Orc token, they can't do this line. But that doesn't mean we're not dead. Yeah, because now they give them all double strike. Right? Although if they don't have a second Boros Garrison, they can't give them double strike. But I just want to see what they get here. There's the second Boros Garrison. Yeah. But maybe they don't play the double strike land anymore. -24 -8 is 16, and we were at 15, by the way. I guess you want removal spells. Molten Collapse can like really fuck them. Do you want engineered explosives for the amulets? I think so, right? Do you really want removal spells? I'm not sure. We have a lot of stuff against Titan. These bolts suck. We have a lot of pressure. We have a lot of stuff against the One Ring. I think maybe Fable's a little slow. Fury, we're bringing in all these removal spells. I think you want this many Bitter Triumphs. Actually, you probably want Bitter Triumph over Sheoldred's Edict because they can have Arboreal Grazers and stuff in play. So we probably bring back Fury. Does Pithing Needle do anything? No. Maybe you want this Fable to dig towards the removal spells when you haven't got them in your I mean, this is a turn 2 Blood Moon, which you kind of can't turn down. Like, pretty bad in general, but they can't pact. And you've got a turn 2 Blood Moon. Kind of want to keep this. I mean, you draw a second land, it looks a lot better, even, but like, turn 2 Blood Moon, obviously, like, pretty much. I don't think there's a faster. Zoiwa has been good. Zoiwa is like, very often it's a hasty, like, 5 damage play. I don't think it's ever right, basically, to discard cards to it, and yet people do it. They discard lands, and like, these games go long. I'm like mostly dead here. I have to draw like another Ragavan, otherwise or land. That is like very much not the draw. I'm gonna save this Chalice until they look like they're about to cast the Summoner's Pact, which is not this turn, but the turn after. So here you'll see Zoiwa kind of do its thing. I'm gonna grab a basic swamp. We have these Blood Moons. So Zoiwa comes down. They're either gonna have to discard one of their 3 cards, sacrifice one of their 2 lands, or just take 3. They're gonna take 3. They're gonna go to 10. So I guess it only has 3 power worth of haste. I called it a hasty 5/5. Not accurate. But they're gonna go to 10. I was supposed to play this Chalice because, well, no, they don't have an Amulet of Vigor, so they can't do anything yet. They discarded the One Ring and lost the game. I don't know why they did that. I don't know. I think Zoya won that game. that was like, what? That was a shame concede. That didn't. Zoya was not that good, but it's good. To make it good though, what I've done is built my deck around the 3 damage part of it, because the others are great. Very rare that they have a permanent that they want to sacrifice. It happens. Tron has that, but like, it's rare. This is like, so we're on the draw. We have no hate. We have turn 1 Stalker, make it a 2/2. Turn 2, Zoya hits them for 3. Stalker hits them for 2. We have a 3 and a 2. Turn 3, if they play the Dryad, we kill it, and then we hit them for 3/5. So we hit them for 2. Well, we hit them for 5 on turn 2. Then we hit them for 5 plus, we hit them for 8. So it's 13. And then we hit them for 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, for another 8, basically. I guess it would be 9. But at that point they'll start discarding. But like, that feels like actually a decent curve here. Although they're going to be playing Dryad. No. I think this is actually okay. We can't beat an Amulet hand with anything better than... We can't beat a turn 2 Amulet ever, because we're not going to get our turn 2 Blood Moon even before that, and that's the fastest we can do it. So, like, I really don't have a way to stop a turn 2 Amulet hand. And this looks like it might beat us, but we'll see. Like, imagining this was Ragavan and I had a Blood Moon, which is like not the hand you're gonna get every time. We would Blood Moon here and just fucking blow them out. Do I want to Zoyowa or do I want to Ragavan? I feel like I want a Zoyowa, but it doesn't make sense, does it? I would Ragavan, I would dash it. That's the thing. And then I would be dashing every turn. I think I want a Zoyowa. Let's see if they attack this. Or if they like dismember this. We're likely dead. This might have been a mulligan. I invented a hand that I beat, but you know, that doesn't play out that way always. But I did the math and it was a ton of damage or some sacked permanents, so like I don't know. Because I was just assuming they're not going to untap and kill me on turn 3. Because the average Blood Moon hand is turn 3 anyway, right? So I have to like be able to get a turn 3. That was why I did the math like that. The turn 1 Urza Saga changes a lot of things. Lycosinth Garden here would fuck up. But like, if they just Dryad go from this, we're happy. Picking up the Beseju's smart. Picking up the Beseju implies Dryad go. The One Ring. Fuck. Hate the One Ring. I'm likely dead. That. But they do take 3 life anyway. Although they're going to have a million cards, so here they probably discard a card. What did they do? I didn't see what they did. They didn't discard. They sacrificed something? Oh. Oh, Zoyoa deals 3 damage. They don't lose the life. So they took the 3 life, which was correct and smart. Okay, so double amulet here. We have 8, 9, 10 with the Ragavan. We really don't have a way to even recover. Kind of have to hope they brick really, really badly. And then it may be correct to not attack with everything, depending on how much we can put in play. This 5 mana Dryad. We're hoping for a lot of Dryad passes, but can't always get what you want. I assume we are dead. So this is one of those games, though, just to like put it in perspective of the Snoop combo, because that's like what I'm playing this instead of. I had 0 hate in my hand. Like, I could have mulled more, but the Snoop combo wouldn't have done it here either, because our turn 3, they had the protection from the One Ring, and this is why I'm like okay moving away from the Snoop combo, because our most intense combo matchups like Titan are just playing cards that are very good against it at buying them another turn. When they untap, yeah, but we're not gonna untap. I don't know. Oh, you're saying with the Snoop combo? Yeah, that's a good point. But they do draw a bajillion cards, and probably like, I mean, they can have their dismembers after drawing 3 or 4 with the One Ring, but yeah, that is a good point. Um so 6, are we actually dead here? um 2 hasty titans with vigilance trample. We have death touch on one and we block the other, and we're not dead, believe it or not, unless they double strike them. I keep forgetting that they can double strike. Oh, well, this is always what happens. Think you've got it, and then they just valakut you to death. So they're gonna kill all my guys, right? Because it doesn't even matter, because we're dead to either. No matter what they target, as long as it's on our side of the field, they kill us. We should have mulligans to a hand with more hate. If that was a blood moon, they can't do what they just did. Game goes on. Even though Dryad would give them the mana they need, they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to like haste their titans and stuff. Um, it's 36 trample if they have double strike. It's 16 if they just haste them. Yep. This is a great hand. This is like why you play the deck here. We're about to get scammed out of our mind. See, this is what we're looking for. To play test against scam. This is not a good hand against scam, by the way, but it is tough for them to take anything. I mean, if I'm them, not worried at all. But I take Bowmasters and Stalker. Leaving me with Ragavan feels bad, because then you kind of want to block. The Marauders are not good once they take Stalker and Bowmasters. So, like, Yup. And now I play Ragavan, and they're gonna untap. Just like, there's really not a lot of things that I'm not dead to. But I do have live draws. A Bowmaster would be good. Ragavan and Moria Marauder blocks Grief. So there's that. I actually think I do have to block. Oh, Ragavan's not attacking. That's good. Can't block if I wanted to. They're on a 1-lander. So this is why Scam is not just on absurd win rates throughout the format. Is it possible I can kill Ragavan and attack them for 2, get a treasure token, and then they hit me for 4. But I've got all my Bowmasters in play. But if they Fury me, I'm just way back down to square one. So I think, I mean, they're going to know something's up when I don't play the Moria Marauder. But I think this is the best I can do because this is actually decent against Bowmaster as well. So there's Bowmaster. Unfortunately, I do think I have to kill the Ragavan and still take... Actually, no. I'm going to... if I take a hit from Ragavan and I don't draw a land, I can't kill everything. Like if I double block Grief and just take a hit from Ragavan. But then I play Moria Marauder and they block pretty good against all these 1/1. Let's do that. We're gonna block Grief. Because we have a lot of outs. And our hand is already decent against their board. So they are taking what from my deck? Taking a lightning bolt. If I was them, I'd bolt me in the face. Yup. Land, please. Land. That is not a land. We're about to take at least 2 here, which is a third of our life total. We are dead to just about anything. We know that their hand is full of gas because they kept a 1-lander. Could be more not dead after all. No. Not more not dead after alls because they exiled a Thoughtseize to start with. It could be a Fable. That's like almost best case scenario. Even though it's very bad for us. They're evoking a Fury. They could scam it. They didn't scam it. They have 0 cards in hand. If we draw a land that is a red land, so a red fetch. Thankfully, they took that swamp off the top of our deck. That doesn't do it. We're dead. Red fetch would have did it. Okay. So against Scam, that's just why I have all this. Sugar Peach. play your bolt. Bitter Triumphs are probably not. I'm okay. We're kind of losing, but we're playing against decent decks, so not the worst. Um, Figuring it out. We had some decent games, but which is good. Like Modern is the nut draw format. So you want to have the best nut draw. This is not great. This is really not good. I can't really do much of anything. It can't kill a scammed creature. Okay against scam if you draw land. No, but you don't do anything until turn 3, so you take 8. Look in this. This is better. It's a lot better. I'm gonna throw this Blast Runner back. I'm tempted. No, you can't hold. I probably should have played the basic mountain. You can't hold one removal spell up. You need like 3. I guess you need 2 to beat a scam. So we just gotta play. I want Ragavan here. Whoops. Because Ragavan draws cards and a scam will take them from you. What are we, 1 and 2 right now? About to be 1 and 3. Not good. This is not a good league. I had 3 3-2s in a row. Now this is a 2-3. Probably punted that Titan game by not mulling harder. I like really convinced myself that it was against some like bad hand. Did nothing to stop their even decent hands. It is hard on the draw to stop their decent hands because now they're turn 2. But I mean, I probably should have mulliganed harder. Yeah, Fury Scam, but nobody beats Fury Scam. You shouldn't think too. You shouldn't think too badly of Goblins because you lose to Fury Scam. Fury Scam beats an 8/8 Murktide. I played Scam for like a couple weeks, month maybe, and that was like one of my biggest lessons. Scam has some bad games where it kind of just like doesn't do anything, and then like when it doesn't have a scam and you have to mull to 5 and then you get not a scam on top of that, like terrible. But can't just mull for scam, so you have these like Doughty Voidwalker hands that don't end up doing anything, and there's only so many matchups that you can scam a Fury on turn 1. So like you really only have Grief Scam. Are they for real? Who's playing this card? What? Destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. Should I be playing this card? Is this just like that good against everyone? I can't play this card because it's 3 damage to each creature. I mean, I'm playing for Fury. You can play Furies in your Goblins deck, but that's true. I get it. The worst part about the new scam is that Orcish Bowmasters is just such a good card that Munitions Expert is no longer good enough. Like, I don't care about scammed Furies. I can't even Munitions Expert to kill a scammed Grief because Bowmaster is always there to kill at least a Munitions Expert. So you need like 2 extra Goblins, and then Fury does get you because it's like just so So they take our Bolt, which was our last good thing. They have 3 cards. We have 0. We have a Fury. We can't block, so we have to attack. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Renin 6 now is like actually not a big deal, right? Or not as big a deal. Galactite Stalker is a 2/2 immediately if you're building your deck right. Um I don't know how to fit it into Snoop Goblins yet though. Like you don't need Cavern of Souls right now. Nobody's playing Counterspell that you care about. So those can all be fetched. And I guess that's already 8. Let's see what's up. I imagine they have a Bowmaster in hand. Like what could, is this just all Furies and they're too greedy to play them? Stalker, Noble, and Fetches. That's interesting. What else is Jund in the list besides Noble though? Most of the Jund lists I see are just Jund for. I guess you're. I don't know if that counts as a Jund list, but okay. It's just Mass Vandal. Just What happened? I heard a weird noise. I don't know what the weird noise was. Did they hit my face, I see, with the. No, it was my shaman token. Yeah, I mean it's possible, but I don't know if you want to be Jund then. What is Mass Vandal like actually um what does it kill? Like the One Ring gets a lot of value. Um do I attack past this, try to block with Bowmasters, and then try to Fury them to kill them? I think so. I think this is my out. Saga Hammer Binding. So I used to play Mass Vandal and I used to find that it was difficult to get goblins in the yard activated in time, even though it was like your only answer to, certain decks. If they Fury me, I'm just like dead. But I was already dead to Fury if I tried to block, so. Oh, this doesn't even kill them. That's something. They're at 1. Even if I hit them. I don't think there's anything I can draw, actually. We took him to 1. Did I miss a point of damage somewhere? This is rough. Can I survive this? Sort of. Damn. I guess I could have swung and taken them to 2. I don't know if that's good. I think I have to discard this Fury. Hope that I draw a Lightning Bolt. This would be better as Terminate here, though. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I actually picked this playlist because I was hoping you'd stop by. So I am alive if I pay 3 life, which gives me a chance to scam a Fury, but then scammed Fury kills me. Or evoking a Fury kills me. Actually, no, they're just dead if they have nothing. But I'm dead to Bowmasters if I do that. Whereas I can beat Bowmasters. Okay. This is fine. Because if we untap with a chance to win, we will have an extra ping. Oh, it doesn't even block. It's the wrong one. Well, that'll do it. People playing Bone Crusher Giant. Just for the ring, but like... Yeah, I should be playing it. Oh. Yeah, it's... cards in one, but it's... So we can block this, but then we can't block this. So we're dead. Ugh. Well, it started off easy, and then it got hard. We lost to Amulet, we lost to Scam, and I think... What was the Delver deck? Rhinos. Do good against anything. But earlier leagues... I check out the call. I think I could have won that Amulet. That Scam... Yeah, this is just like not been performing against Scam. And that shouldn't be super unexpected. Like, the beginning it was. And I think if I go back to what the deck was at the beginning, what the deck was at the beginning is not better against Scam. I think I was just getting lucky. Like, the calls are okay. Ugh, this hand is not good. I feel like I can't mulligan it because it's got 3 1-drops, and like you draw a fetch land, sudden you're in it, but not good. I mean, Mishra's Bobble's a decent draw here. So like, there's that. Gonna mulligan. Gotta curve a little bit. Hand's better. Even if they kill our Ragavan and we don't draw a land, this is a 2. So this is a lot better. And in the dark, I kind of want to throw back Bolt, but maybe we throw back Bowmasters. His Bolt pitches to Fury. Throw back Bowmaster here. Oh, I played the wrong card. Fuck. I'm supposed to play Ragavan. Damn it. Damn it. That's extra bad now that I'm definitely bolting this halfling. Ugh. I'm mad. That was really dumb of me. Maybe I'm just tired. The only thing that fixes it. Nothing that fixes it, actually. There's nothing better than a rat. Turn 1 when they're not going to kill it. That doesn't fix it either. I guess if they untap and go halfling, halfling, then I'm happy. Didn't untap and go halfling, halfling. This is Orcish Bowmaster. Orcish Bowmaster beats this. But if I dash a Ragavan, what are the chances that they try to kill my guy instead of Ragavan? Low, right? Low. So at least Ragavan was good for something. And now we got a 4/4. And we're going to Fury Bowmasters and whatever they play. Well, I guess you can't Fury that. Soul Cauldron. Ugh. Oh, they have mana. Wow. That's pretty crazy that they have mana if they want it. So this is a chord for 1. I can't get in with Ragavan, so I'm going to pitch it to this Fury. And the 2/2 and a 1/1. They could flash in a Bowmasters and that grows this, so I'm going to keep that with 2. Actually, no, they can't make black mana. So we've already triggered Descend. It says Menace, so they're going to 11. Magic Online has been acting so funny lately. It's like laggier than ever in terms of animations, but the client is really responsive underneath it all. So like it doesn't just like lock up, it's just choppy animations. I don't know if anybody else is. Okay. So how did this get in the yard? What the hell just happened? They discarded that because now they're about to make their. Ugh, so Zoya was a liability against Yawgmoth? That's what we're learning? Because now their wolves are going to be. Does this trigger separately after they target the graveyard thing? It does, right? So I get to know and then I can target it. Um, chances are they're gonna put it on here. I'm trying to think of how I can like leverage this Bowmasters in any kind of meaningful way. And you kind of can't until they start trying to draw cards with Yawgmoth, and then you inevitably only get 2. Hmm. So it's got Menace, and it's a 5/5, and you can get 2 power. They're gonna cord for something good. Yeah. What do they cord for here? What is that, endurance? I don't even. What 3-drops do they play? I guess they're just maxing out because it doesn't matter. They'll probably get like Zulaport Cutthroat or something. I got Bowmaster. Hit Zoyawa? That's strange. I'm like, this is a crazy sequence. What? So they're putting that there, and then they're gonna have the they're gonna have a whole bunch of creatures with +1/+1 counters. It's not super relevant that I kill that, but I don't want it to be a 2/2. So now they do that. I'm gonna get another ping. And now if I ping this, they just sack it. Do I want them to sack it? Or do I want to hit them in the face and leave them with this? Kind of want them to sack it. It doesn't come back. Still my turn, unfortunately. They're going to kill my Zoyawa. Means I don't have to crack this fetch. Oh, my token doesn't get bigger when I force them to sack it. There's that. But I don't think that that's super important. Especially since they're killing it. They don't realize it's not going to grow. So after all is said and done, this is going to become a 6/6. Is a 6/6 menace good enough to beat them when I have no cards in hand and they just drew 3? Probably not. They have the full-on combo here. But, well, not the full-on combo because they don't have a Zulaport Cutthroat. But what? These are -0, -1 counters that they just put on? Yeah. Can you imagine playing this in paper? Sounds miserable. You need Planeswalker counters, -0, -1 counters, and +1/+1 counters. Craziness. Alright, so here's a Yawgmoth. Fuck. I mean, they already have. Oh, it's worse than that. I see. So the actual best draw on our deck is probably um Chain Whirler. Chain Whirler is pretty good here. Oh, Shieldred is just like a really good Zulapor Cutthroat. They can just draw all the cards they want. Damn. I don't know when they started playing Shieldred, but I haven't played against it in a while. So I can't win. They're gonna have 7 cards in hand and they're infinite life. Yeah, we're dead. Go to the next game. Maybe we just do need the combo still. So how do we fit? If I play another league tonight, it will be to try and get Stalker into regular Goblins. That seems worth. Bowmasters is actually just so bad, even though they draw a ton of cards, because they don't draw cards without being able to kill it. I guess we can cut 1 bolt. You probably don't want these spell bombs. I don't know what I'm thinking. Maybe we well, this is hyper aggressive. Try it out. You know what it feels like? It feels like it's not tied to any frame rate. So like it's just like bobbing up and down. I think that I'm gonna play the 2 blast runners, believe it or not. And then next turn, hopefully I draw a red card. And I get to oh, I probably should have cracked the fetch to do this, because next turn I'm hoping to Fury. Boo. Not good. I'm just playing bad. I'm playing bad with a not great deck. Turns out. Not performing. For a couple leagues, it felt like, oh, this could fit. And that I've been playing against like real decks over and over. And all right, well, they kind of walked right into this. Red card? Not quite. I mean, I have to Fury them, right? No way this is. Maybe I wish that I had Zoya. But nah, I think I'm kind of glad to have 3 menace creatures with 3 power next turn. I think that's like really pretty good. And we'll see if it's enough. No plays? This is Bowmaster, right? But Bowmaster only trades with one? They have to double block. I think. All right, yeah. So this is when the deck feels right, you know? And you get your two super hasty, evasive creatures out. They're not hasty. I'm not super low to the ground, evasive creatures. And you fury somebody's out. And they're just sitting there seething. Like, what was I supposed to do against 3 Delvers? Which is why we have 12 1-drops. So I just have to start mulliganing, do more hands with multiple 1-drops. That's kind of what we're looking for. And if that's what we're looking for with this deck, I kind of don't want to play it. Even though the Blast Runner has been super impressive. Like, this hand, not doing it. Like, I could name Agatha's Soul Cauldron with the Pithing Needle and then just get blown out by real Yawgmoth and stuff. No, thank you. This hand will do. I kind of wish I could keep this, but my only way to make this into a 2/2 is Mishra's Bauble. And Chain Whirler is like likely not going to kill anything anyway. It'll just turn its stuff into slightly bigger things. Okay. So we're going to turn one Ragavan. Hope that Bolt gets him through. This is good news for us. They would not play this if they didn't have to. I almost wish that I could bolt this Delighted Halfling. Maybe I should bolt this Delighted Halfling. You don't play this if... Let's Mishra's Bauble first. Or do we Mishra's Bauble first? Because then we can't... Well, there's a chance that we draw like fetch lands and stuff. And our hand is garbage. Grist on top. Grist will hurt real bad if they play it. I'm never getting out from under a Grist. Next turn. So they have Takanuma Nurturing Peatland. That's why. Fuck. If I attack with Ragavan, they just kill it. By swinging back. And I have the second Ragavan, so I'm leaving them both back so I can block. Am I doing okay there? No, not really. We're kind of losing. They're forcing the trade, not realizing I want to trade. You know they have a Grist that they're about to play, though. They choose to play the Delighted Halfling instead. Is their Fatal pushing? No. Man, these are just so much worse on this turn than they are on turn 1. But 2/2 Menace is not nothing. Oh, I have to put him. Two unknowns in, or one unknown in hand. Grist and apparently a 4-drop. It can't block this. Next turn, he plays Grist. And he kills this for free and draws a card. Oh, I shouldn't have played that. I should have. If I draw Fable, I'm going to wish I hadn't played that. That was a mistake. Here comes Grist, fine. This is very hard for us to beat. They have 2 blockers. So they can block our menace creature. All of the Death Dweller. Wishing that I had kept that Chain Whirler. Card is just not that good, I guess. What we've learned. I mean, so I can actually... I can use this Stalker to trigger Descend. But there's no way that I get out of this without them drawing a card off of sacrificing the token to put it on my Stalker. I guess I can hope that they don't know about... Nah, that's not smart. I can't put any of these into play. It doesn't do anything. I just have to pass. And hope I draw what? I don't know. I guess one of my Chain Whirlers, because I don't even have Bowmasters in. So if I crack this, this gets a little bigger. I can put in Stalker and Ragavan, kills 2 of them. I'm left with a 2/2 and a 3/3 menace. Won't do that until end of... I can't attack Grist or him even. I think I still have to do it, especially since it paves the way for drawing Fury. Doesn't. Oh, he's gonna do it ahead of time. Oh no, he's just got something good. Did Zulaport Cutthroat? Did another grit? It can't be another Grist. Blood Art. Yeah, Zulaport Cutthroat. So he's gonna kill these 2. Wait, what just happened? He decided not to do it. Because then... Okay. Well, it doesn't have Death Touch, so I can't attack into this. They all trigger, and now he's going to respond. Yeah, and he's gonna draw 3 cards, 2 cards. We're pretty much losing this game, like 100 times out of 100. I'll tell you what, though, it has got me thinking about what kind of Grixis Delver strategy you can play. Because the 3/2 Menace is so good. Like, it makes me want to have actual counter spells. I'm not sure that the counter spells are good enough. Although Subtlety is like decent with Descend in an aggro deck, I guess. If I draw Fury, I guess I'm not completely dead. No, because Grist just ticks down and kills it. Let's just see if I draw Fury. Although, am I just dead? Can sacrifice. Then he puts a -1/-1 counter here. I don't know. I just want to see if I draw Fury. We're about to go 1-4, which is rough. I haven't gone. This is the worst league I've had with the deck. Not gonna be okay. Don't you understand? If I'm losing in the game, I. Yeah. So they're just killing us. So this was the worst iteration of the deck yet, because it didn't do anything. Like that's. It just didn't have enough going on. Like nut draw type stuff, because I removed it at the. So let's undo these. And let's. I haven't drawn Moria Marauder, but I haven't been getting into situations where it would be good either. I consistently boarded out because people have Fury and Bowmasters. So let's start from here again. Now I have 0 card advantage. Well, no, that's not true. Not 0. This is what I'm going to leave. Today she hit me with the do you do drugs? You told her yes, right? She asked you do you do drugs and your answer is not every day. Most mornings, but not every day. So okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and put. We're gonna play another league, and we're gonna try and put Stalker into something more traditional. Because we played one matchup where the combo would be good. We've kind of determined that the good thing about the deck we've been playing is the hyper aggressive start, yes, but also that the Stalker grows to make Fury good against your board. Said, I know you did drugs, don't lie. Did you say, like, what do you say to that? Then why'd you ask me? I'm gonna pee real quick. Putting up to be right back just because it mutes my microphone. I'll be right back. All right, so we're back. Um, let's see. Let's see what we can do. So, like, there's some new interesting stuff that you can do. Goblin Matron and Aether Vial, I think, stay in the deck. Here, let's go to this one because it was higher that I wanted to look at. So, like, Auntie's Hovel might have to come out. I got these beautiful new multicolored Cavern of Souls, and I think they have to come out. And you probably put in um like 3 or 4 more fetch lands. Although, okay, what if we really lean into Pyre and Skirk Prospector? No, having this many Pyres, like, I do want to see one every game, but not sure. Do I want this many Blood Crypts? Probably. Let's cut one hovel for another Wooded Foothills, and let's cut the Soken'Zon for another Wooded Foothills. And 8 fetches will be enough. And we're running 22 lands because I don't know how else to fit everything. And we kind of... You're already out of space. Like, what the hell do you do? Like, all right, let's say Horde Master's not good enough. Now you're at 61. This is playable. But I kind of want more ringleaders. 3 is enough. But, like, I don't want more. Can you play with just 61 and 3 vials? Is 2 Pyre of Heroes actually correct? I wish we had, you know what card I keep wishing we had? Pick up your goblins. Like, just pick it up again. I don't need it to draw cards. Just pick one up. Either from the yard or from play, but from play would be ideal. What can just pick up goblins? Can we Pyre into something that picks up goblins? Is 22 lands just insane with this many 4-drops? Probably. I mean, when I'm playing regularly, this is what it would be. 3 Mogwar Marshal, 2 Pyres. The 3 Prospectors is crazy, but I mean, the 2 Harbingers is not what I like either. I would almost like want to do this. Just play 61. And am I really sacrificing goblins to nothing for Skirk Prospector? No. So like 2 is fine. So you could play this. It's not exciting, but it is a deck. Now, when I used to play Pyre decks, I have a ton of nonsense. Because, I mean, we cut way down on the combo here. We put this Kiki Jiki. Something I've wanted to do, I don't know if anybody out there is like some kind of genius, but apparently this is the conclusion I came to a week ago as well. I'm looking for something else though. Oh, I just deleted it today. Damn it. Well, what I want to do is find a way to Witch's Cottage. I own Scam, by the way, and I choose to play this. In case you think I'm not dedicated. I want to find a way to put Witch's Cottage in the deck. But, like, Auntie's Hovel and Cavern are not swamps, and you're just playing the 4 Blood Crypts and 1 basic swamp. So, like, if you... And you can't play Auntie's Hovel with Conspicuous Snoop easily. But the purpose is play Auntie's Hovel, and now you don't have to play Harbinger anymore. You just eventually get Snoop in your yard, or Kiki Jiki in your yard, and you kill him that way. You don't get the turn 3 combos without having some way to discard. But that was the idea. We be playing Violus? Is this card even good? Is Fable the Mirror Breaker better? Not in this deck. Alright. I mean, I'm just gonna run it like this. Is this... What do people's sideboards look like right now? Because I haven't played through a league with mid-range in a minute. I know Faulo is the last 5-0. I just looked at it today. I didn't look at his sideboard. Pulling it up. So hard to find goblins because they put the picture of Aether Vial. If that's the most iconic card in the deck. Is it on the second page? Went through this. I do this every stream. I look for goblins on... I look for goblins on this thing and can't find it. And I go to page 2 and then I can't find it. And so I go back to page 1 and I control F and I type in goblin. Then you get goblin guides. So it's not on this page anymore. Curious what this sacrifice deck is. Wait, are you actually telling me that goblins fell off? I just looked at it. Wow. I know that Faulo is the most recent, and I looked at his list. Guys, goblins is not in good shape. What if I type in... Wait, is that it? There it is. How did I miss that? I mean, people are playing Masked Vandal. You can see Faulo cut down to just two Snoops and... That's 0 Harbingers? That's 0 Harbingers. Why 0 Harbingers? It's just... I mean, what do you... Got Zoyo and Stalactites, which is what I was doing. But just surrounded by the rest of the value goblin show. With no combo. There's no way to combo other than incidentally. Unless I'm missing something. There's not even Runevelts to like sack a lot of goblins and eventually combo. Maybe my list isn't that far off. This guy, he didn't do well, so it's hard to like look at his list and be like, yeah, I should play that. But I don't know. This is almost making me want... Have a good night, Sugar Peach. This is almost making me want to just keep running my list. Like the fact that the person getting 5-0s doesn't have O in it. We just run Fallow's list. It's interesting. 23 lands. How many cards? 27 plus 33. That sounds like a 60. 27 plus 33. Yeah. Oh yeah, 75 cards total. Guess we could just try their list. It's a little crazy, but doesn't seem terrible. Do I have all these cards? Yeah. Earwig Squad is bad. I can't believe people are still playing Earwig Squad and getting away with it. Pull it up. Let's just play Fallow's list. I would play something like this, but maybe that's crazy. How is it that he's playing without the combo, though? And still playing... I guess he's not playing all the bad cards. Just playing... And he's playing a value Vile deck. That probably gets to keep Vile on too. I assume he just doesn't have the Wooded Foothills. Is that a basic swamp? It is. And these are not good lands. How do you set your favorite lands again? Supposed to be a way to do that. I thought there was like a way to hit add lands. Did that like fuck up and they removed it? Count settings. If anybody's watching and knows how to do that, I would love to do that right now, because I'm pretty tired of doing this over. Arid Mesas are foil, which is the only thing that's bothering me, but fine. It'll just remind me that this is not my list. Basic dash mountain. Show versions separate. Man, Moto is not in the best shape. Ones that I have 4. I think there were 4 basic mountains. There might have been 5. Wintertime. 5. Oh, does he not have the Antis hovels? Feels like Pala's just on some budget shenanigans. Is that what's going on? That's fine. How did I end up with too many? I think I need to remove one more mountain. I just end up at my exact mana base? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Why Twin Shot Sniper, I guess, is tutorable. Main deck. I don't know. We have a Sting Scourger, Twin Shot Sniper. No combo. We have Zoiwa and 8 fetches. There's that. Um. All right, let's. What's up? Not be called Goblins. Out of here. Foul Goblin. Really foul logo. Yeah, whatever. Let's do it. Wait, did that say 57? This says Fallow Goblins. Shout out to Fallow. Wait a second. Okay, this is not what we're actually playing. Strange not having combo. Um, and the rest of the deck, and only 2 Snoops. Is that? Did I read that right? Yeah, 2 Snoops. I don't know. Feels like most of the cards in the deck are. I should probably have adjusted this and just put. So here was one of the things where I was like, I'm not sure I want Vile and Stalker in the same deck. And here you're seeing it. Like, if these were fetch lands, it would not be good, but Stomping Ground tap pass. League is already looking good. Kind of curious if anybody was complaining about CPU usage and stuff. No, it's low. I wish I could see like GPU. Yeah, see these spikes? That's those like lag. Is this team of rhinos? Or did we already lose? I think I'm just gonna. I guess I could put both into play. Practice fetch. I guess. I mean, that just seems right. And then next turn. I'm gonna Vile in the Battlecry Goblin and swing for 1,000,000. Is it worth the +1/+1 counter on the Stalker to Vile the second one in against Rhinos? Seems like it, because they have fire, so they're gonna get it without a +1/+1 counter either way. Although they could just fire it, fire both here. Maybe that's not worth it. Maybe that's not worth it. I'm still gonna do it. See if I can bait them by going to second main. Nah, I can't do it. Let's just play around it. Yeah, this is definitely Team of Rhinos. So we're gonna play around a fire here. And they have it, so Ooh, not a fire. They cheated us out of our 1/1 token. Our 1/1 counter. Oh, my blood crypts. Are there only 2 blood crypts in this deck? Fuck. What did you do, Fallow? What did you do? I didn't realize that those arid mesas were supposed to be blood crypts. Ugh. I should be playing 2 less caverns. This is most likely Violent Outburst. Can I beat a Violent Outburst? I have Menace, so they can only block one of them. So there's that. I think my best case scenario would be playing Battlecry Goblin, Mogwar Marshal, not doing anything. A Violent Outburst, swing in. I draw a land and I swing for a lot. So I kind of want to do that. It could be Tishana's Tidebinder, but I don't think I can swing in to that. So they Flames of Annoyed me, and they likely still have not paying Echo. Quite swinging for a million. Do I just keep building up? Subtlety. That's going to the bottom. You didn't. I guess subtlety is what they had last turn? No, they didn't have. These guys get in for so much damage. This is a situation where in the past I would not have been able to attack. So like really do have a lot more chip damage than I used to. Take 3. They about to like board wipe? Why would they? I guess they don't care about blocking 1 damage. Oh, they're about to Rhino. So kills one. Man, wish I had a land. So they have to double block, and then I can fuck that up, and they kill one of my stalkers. They actually kill both of my stalkers likely. Although the chances of them not double blocking the big one are pretty low. And they're just gonna do, oh, they triple block. Huh. So this is just a 3/3. And I definitely kill the 4/4. Now this grows to a 3. They're at 9. I'm at 12. They have 7. I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna fake the block, but the chances of them having regardless agent are like 100%. Nope. Okay, wait. I can go for a win, or I can go for not dying. Subtlety kills both. I don't actually have enough mana to search up anything relevant with Matron, so I just have to go for the win. All right. Well, we raced rhinos. Galactite Stalker's doing work. Chalice has come in. Earwig Squad comes in. Warren Weirding probably comes in. I don't think anything else is good enough. I don't even think Warren Weirding is good enough, but it is what it is. Can we actually like bang it out in the long game with them? With ringleaders? Possible. Sting Scourger kills rhinos. Battlecry Goblin was good there. This probably doesn't do too much. And there's nothing we want to rush out on turn 2. Probably get rid of a War Marshal. And then kind of tempted to cut a Vial, but maybe we just don't want this weirding. Could just cut a land and be risky, but feels like cutting a Vial might be right. Oh, you know what you do want to rush out on turn 2? Earwig Squad. But I don't think that's how Earwig Squad is really supposed to be played here. I'm gonna cut a Vial. All the rest feels like squeezing them in different ways, like 2 Zoyawas, 2 Snoops. Oh, my girlfriend did an animation for show. Maybe I'll. Sugar Peachly's in the chat. Do you think she would? This is a bad hand. We have to mulligan this. Feels good when you know you're going to mulligan to see them tank really hard, but they kept with 7. Damn. This hand is bad. This doesn't beat rhinos ever. Turn 2 Zoyawa. They go to 17, and now what? This is keepable. I mean, these are the 2 best cards in the hand. Cavern doesn't do anything. Do I put back Sling Gang Lieutenant? Fog War Marshal is terrible too. I think I have to just hope that this Chalice sticks long enough that I draw a Goblin Matron. And then we squat him. Oof. Okay, so Crashing Footfalls has entered the exile zone. Oh, that's actually a pretty solid draw. Because if they have Force of Vigor, they're going to Force of Vigor the shit out of me right now. But then I'm going to get to untap and Chalice. Maybe I should have waited to Chalice. But you can wait up till turn 2 to Chalice. Okay. Yeah, they just said oops, misclicked. I was like, they just searched for. Do you even play this? I maybe shouldn't have done that. It means I'm gonna pay Echo, but like, they're a turn behind. We know they had a Ketria Triome last turn and they just fucked up and didn't play it. Well, that is a draw. Not that we can play it here. So, if they had a Force of Vigor, they would have done it. Because letting me have a Vial on 2 is like not in the cards. It's not in the plan. This could be a petty theft. So now that we've put them off of Force of Vigor, although maybe they're just gonna Force of Vigor the turn before they do their thing. So playing the second Chalice is like, okay. So stomped. So if they have petty theft, we can play around it by playing a second Chalice. But if they have Force of Vigor, we play right into it. Can you Force of Vigor on... Can you Force of Vigor on your own turn? No. So they would have done it before giving me this value. Yeah, and they're F6'd. Oh, you can't double chalice. I'm so dumb. Ugh. Well, I guess that triggered descend. Um, Not my intention, but happy accidents. Okay. Bone Crusher. Everybody's playing Bone Crusher these days. So we're gonna tick up to 4 for sure. Probably not past 4 because there's only one Kiki in the deck. We're gonna attack for 1. They block. Don't block. Well played. Means I can vial it in whenever I want. I imagine there's a couple Cascaders in hand. I'll take 4. Gemstone Cavern's coming out of their hand. So this... No. And then this one... Well, I'm not going to always hit, but... Because now, until we hit Kiki, we don't want to. I need to draw 2 lands to turn this on. But it's probably better as a bluff in hand, since I have these vials, than it is as like a -1/-1 to your thing. So we're trading 3 for 4. The only way we would win that is if this token's on ends up being relevant, I think. And then I think we're gonna freeze at 3 and 4. Oh, that's a good draw. So you don't want to. I don't want to play into subtlety, but I do want to attack into subtlety. So I don't want to play into subtlety means I don't want to cast anything. So I'm gonna use my vial instead of my mana first. There's a couple reasons to do that. Oh, this is gonna be Tishana's Tidebinder. Tishana's Tidebinder is gonna be good. So Tishana's Tidebinder stops the tutor. That's all she's got. She'll attack past her. If this is a second Tishana's Tidebinder, she can flash it in. And double block. But it looks like they're gonna trigger my descend either because they forgot or because they're worried about their life total, which both are legitimate. It's possible that I should have played the tokens on here, because now I'm gonna have a 2/2. Okay. So they're drawing 2, killing my chalice, and I assume they're gonna just unload here. They suspend footfalls. Can I win? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I'm not that far from winning, but I can't beat rhinos. Multiple cascaders for sure, but I also just can't beat rhinos. So maybe I'm supposed to triple block here on the Bone Crusher and take 3. And then I can kill Tishana's Tidebinder with this. It looks like they're gonna Violent Outburst me? No. Yeah. So what does that do? They don't get cat or trample. So it's 2 rhinos. I take an extra damage. And now I'm in trouble. I need to draw. Matron into Ringleader. That is not that. I have 2 toughness. They have 8 trample. I'm 7. Nothing I can. I can block and I can. But then there's nothing I can. They got us game 2. We weren't gonna get there anyway. All right, game 3. Do I care about anything that I missed? I don't think so. None of these shocks are like where you want to be. Prospector. No. Oh. We held them off for a long time. We just didn't quite get there. Have to report the 1-4. What did I just do? All right, so we want to play first. This is a solid enough hand. It doesn't have any hate though, but it is fast. Plays decently well around fire. Not really though. Do we have a ton of hate? What did I side in? I sided in chalices. Did they keep 7? I can't tell yet because I'm first. This isn't a fantastic hand. I'll say that. Flame of a North screws it. This doesn't even kill. This kills 1 rhino if you get lucky, but our goblin is fast. think I'm gonna try this. Although it's weak to Flame of Anor, I really shouldn't have tried it, but weak to Flame of Anor because Aether Vial like is kind of the only good thing about this hand. Hmm. We don't draw something good, we're in a lot of trouble. I really am regretting this hand. I'm going to be able to kill one Rhino. If that. They get Basic Island. They got Steam Vent. They definitely have both. I think I'm going to pay Echo. Like, you don't do this if you don't have fire. We're going to swing. It's a petty theft. Well, we're going to play the only goblin that doesn't have an ETB in our hand. They're going to untap. I would think that... Alright, so this is a Violent Outburst, right? If it's a Violent Outburst, can I beat that? I can kill one thing. If only Chalice of the Void had... Wow. Did not expect that. How? Guess this is fire? On those two? Oh, I don't think they know what they just did. I think they thought they were being clever. Wait. Oh, because I don't have a thing in my own beginning of combat? Wow. Just so you know, I should be attacking for 4, 5, 6 right now, and that would trigger another guy, so I would have 7, and they would be at 8. Because I don't have a stop in my begin combat. Very lame. Very, very lame. Now I have to play stupid Aether. Like, that's what I wanted to do. Oh, man. That hurts. That's a Magic Online thing. Like, I'm in the step. And we have a stack. So, Mutavault preps them for Flames of Anor. which will destroy this and probably kill something. Or draw 2. Either one is... Barn weirding isn't the worst. Gonna fetch a basic mountain and... I can do 3, 4, 5. If I pump it twice pre-combat, I do get the extra token. I don't think that that's worth it. So let's just attack here. And then after they decide not to block, pump once. Pumping once versus twice. I'm not going to flash in this munition. I did not get the 1/1 here, but I think I got an extra 2 damage because I didn't get the 1/1. Like if I just telegraph that whole thing, this isn't a 3/1 right now. Kinda hope they just untap and play Bone Crusher Giant and I can Warren weirding them. That would be like best case scenario. Save the fetch lands. I mean, I've been saying like every turn, this really smells of a violent burst and just doesn't seem to happen. And I'm just going to play it and I'm not going to attack into their Mutavault. I guess they're like on Brazen Borrower. Subtlety. I guess I kind of have to bottom this. And then I'll make them sack that. Because the 3/3 is just as good as a 4/3. Hit him for 1. Reminder, they should be at 3 less. Be at 4. Although I wouldn't have this Aether Vial. Not that it's doing anything here. But I wouldn't have the Aether Vial. Why is Rhino's playing like this? I feel like they can just crush me, and they just aren't. We can attack. I mean, I know I have this Chalice, but like, why aren't they doing this stuff? I'm gonna kill this Flame of Anor. Or Mutavault. But I guess it doesn't stop them from doing the 2 things. They're about to do this, draw 2 cards. Do I kill the Mutavault? Is it even worth it? Doesn't feel like it. I wish that my client wasn't. It's getting worse. So that's a 4-3. Think I'm gonna keep it on 3 because I have more 3s than 4s. Gotta assume they got a violent outburst now, right? No, don't use it. That's not terrible. So we trigger Zoiwa. I mean, they can just sack a land and it's not that big a deal for them, but definitely can't take damage. Discarded a Scalding Tarn. Now they're going to cast Brazen Borrower. I think I'm going to block this Bone Crusher Giant if they attack. I'm not sure, though. Because I can kill the Brazen Borrower. Maybe I want to do. We have 2 blockers. I feel like they're trying to get me to attack into a Violent Outburst, and I'm not gonna. It's only spell. They're gonna Tishana's Tidebinder. Well, I mean, it's good that we got that out of their hand. I think I have to block this. I mean, I could have taken 4. But that's a 3-turn. Maybe I'm supposed to. Ringleader is a good draw. This is subtlety. I'll be mad. They'll have gotten me. That's fine. Put it on top. I'm going to take a lot of damage. I'm going to double block Tishana's Tidebinder. Then I have to hit pretty good off of the Ringleader. I'm going to restart MTGO after this game. It's going really, really slow. They draw a million cards with Lorien revealed. They boot up the Mutavault for the 2 extra damage, which isn't unsmart. So we're going to untap. We're going to tick up the 8th file. Put in the Ringleader. Get a bunch. Klingang And we can play Matron and Earwig Squad, and that's it. Or we can, and they have 5 in the air. Do I actually have another mountain? I don't think I have another mountain. So I may need to play. I can Matron and Munitions Expert and only take 3 in the air and then double block, so I take 5. Man, I need one more goblin because if I hit them for 5, hit them 2-5, then I can play this. I take them to 1. Ain't enough. And I don't have any pingers other than another. I guess that's the best way to win. Just try to fade a subtlety and put in a bunch of blockers. Like hit them for 2 here. So they had the dead. So now they might have another removal spell. I hit they Timmy blockers. I think this is now the safest way. Because there's nothing I can get better than Missions Expert. So I'm going to untap with 1 goblin. I won't be able to crack this. Until I stack it more. I might not even be able to do it on time with how laggy my client is. I imagine this is a subtlety in their hand. Zoya was pretty decent, but not really good. Not a subtlety in their hand. I clicked that. So they've got the removal on it. I'm just dead, actually. No, I guess I'm not just dead, because I have the 2 blockers. We're just gonna remove, like, I don't know, Bone Crusher, Flame of Anor. We're done. Ugh. Take 3. Don't tick it up. I don't know. Do I win? I don't think I win. They got me. Well, at least that game played out to its natural conclusion, right? Although maybe no, because they don't have to. Um, they don't have to. If I don't attack with Zoyawa, they don't put anything in my graveyard. And then they can also just discard and sack permanent. That was a close one. This is going so slow. I'm gonna play one more at least. We're gonna see if restarting Magic Online fixes this. I also am gonna check my display settings because this has been a problem before with Magic Online. Oh, fine. Just close other stuff. If this doesn't fix Magic being like ridiculously what to do, but it wasn't that slow all day. Yeah, this is fine. I think it was just all of the brewing. We'll go first. I don't know, there's no combo, so like this is just a one an Aether Vial on one and like a pretty solid value plan against what though? Not really good against anything. I think we have better hands, but actually I don't know if we have better. I mean, this is a faster hand. I don't know about a better hand. Let's do that. Fucking rhinos. Man, I really do not want to play against so many rhinos. But what can you do? This will be like the fourth rhinos player I play against today. They knew enough to play Gemstone Caverns. What's going on here? What are you doing, buddy? Not rhinos. It is Amulet. Or something very close to Amulet. If not that. So, this type of deck does not play removal. I don't want to pay Echo. Spelunking. When spelunking enters the battlefield, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put a cave onto the battlefield this way, gain 4 life. Lands you control enter the battlefield untapped. I saw Dingo play this card in Amulet and he didn't like it, but this might be specifically Spelunking combo. All these cards are in Amulet, but they played them out in such a weird order that I don't even understand where I am anymore. And okay, so now they have 2 mana. They picked up a transmute land. Do they have another land drop? I don't. Yeah, I think they do have another land drop. So Teleria West enters the battlefield untapped. And now what? Nothing apparent. So cavern. Look at that beautiful cavern. I can matron, but not for anything good. So I kind of just wanna attack for 1,000,000,000. So they're at 14. Next turn, I can matron off my Aether Vial, and I'll have 4 mana. Where I can attack for 1,000,000,000 again, or I can tutor for a Sling-Gang Lieutenant. But a Sling-Gang Lieutenant just adds 1 for each guy, just the same way attacking does. Just gets around blockers. So let's do the math. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have Xaxes, but not past the blocker. And also not through a Primeval Titan. Are we just dead? So if we get to untap, and we likely won't, although if this is just 16 double strike, fine. But if it's more than that, we're not fine. Picked up the Slayer's Stronghold. Yes, because it's colorless. Doesn't enter the battlefield tapped. So the Xaxes is not enough. So we are going to have to kill this Titan, which we can do if we get to untap. I guess they're going to put down another bounce land. Pick up. No, they're double striking. So it's just 16. Which normally with a bad mana base will kill you, but we've got all painless lands this time. Got vigilance too. Now the thing is they can do this again. Now I'm not gonna pay Echo. We drew a munitions expert. That's actually really good. Does that change things? Get to matron. If I get Mog War Marshal, what? Mog War Marshal, I put haste on everybody. So I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 3 of it gets blocked. No, not even close to enough. If I get Sling Gang Lieutenant, I am almost certainly dead to a Trampling Double Striker. If I bounce it, it's not enough. I mean, I'm pretty sure the play here is just get another munitions expert. I'm not even sure that I'm going to activate Battlecry Goblin, because I can't kill them this turn, and I have another munitions expert. So we're playing around the singular Primeval Titan here. Oh, actually, is it even possible for them to only have one Primeval Titan? Because they can just pick up Otawara. Oh, they already have, not pick up Otawara. They can just pick up Telarios is what I meant, but they already have that in hand, so they can transmute it. They get another growth chamber. They transmute. They play Slayer Stronghold. They give this haste. Yeah, no, that doesn't do anything. So we made the right decision. We're gonna wait for them to apply their mana to this thing. But oh, they got a Valakut. Which means that we can't let them attack. They transmute, they're gonna find the Dryad. So we wait for them to go to combat. But before they attack, and now we attack them for 20 billion. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Enough. Okay. That was good. Bring in the kitchen sink. Like, every card is good against Amulet. How is Amulet a deck? And yet I'm terrified of it. This card's bad. I mean, I guess now that they're on Spelunking, I just want the Masked Vandal. Do the Chalices for the Summoner's Pacts. We sucks. I mean, you wouldn't guess that the games would turn out the way that one just did, and yet here we are. Spelunking not good. What I've come to the conclusion of. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? I have nothing except be aggressive. Like, I actually have nothing. Do you just side out Kiki Jiki entirely? Does this mean I just shouldn't be bringing in this much? Like, Zoya's too slow, right? You side out a matron. Oh, I guess you could side out a matron. You just like have to. You gotta hit one of these. I mean, the chalice is not good compared to the other ones, but so if you have just a chalice, you're mulling that. What do you guys think of this hand? Should I take a poll? Really like this hand. Let's mulligan. Not great, but it's a hand. I'm gonna keep it, and I'm gonna keep both Blood Moons even, and I'm gonna toss back. I mean, I can't even cast any of the 3-drops, so keeping 3-3-drops sounds crazy. But I mean, how good is Battlecry Goblin into Mog War Marshal? Not great. So we just gotta hope we draw a land, and then we have enough time that these two get us there. Obviously, those are good cards, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't think we're winning this game with that curve specifically. All right, so they are looking for. Ugh, and these. No, this would have been a Wooded Foothills. I guess if I drew a Skirk Prospector, I would want to have that Mog War Marshal. But I would have had to draw on the first. Oh, but if I have a Skirk Prospector, then I don't want. Kinda gotta hope. I don't even know. We're dead already. This construct token into a vial or an amulet is just us. Feel it in the air. They get an amulet. They play Selesnya Sanctuary. They untap it. They tap it again. They're at 5 mana. They don't have extra land drops until they play Azusa. So now they get 2 more land drops. So that's 4 mana. 5/6 for the Titan. They play a Summoner's Pact to find the Titan. Here's the thing. If they don't kill us, they're dead. Because we untap, we play Blood Moon. And they can't pay for it because they only have 1 green mana. So this amulet player has made a mistake unless they go grab another forest. They get another forest, they've beaten me. But if they don't, you're in for world of pain. They do not get a basic forest. So they're dead. Unless nope. I'm gonna show you every card in my hand. You don't have any that can beat this, do you? I guess you could Boseiju me? Nope. No, they're just dead. Did we just play 2 Titans in a row? Who did we lose to? No, that was Rhinos. Well, that's one way to lose a game. I mean, this is a hand. Red-faced menace. That Red Skull? Wonder if that's a reference to anything. I am going to play this and not reveal no nothing. This another amulet player? I said it, but then it happened again. Seeing as it's another amulet player, I'm gonna play Snoop. I can't actually combo them, but occasionally you have a munitions expert on top and you can upkeep it just to draw an extra, get deeper, find something. As it stands, probably want to play Matron. Grab a mountain. And then can I actually with Matron, do I just have to get munitions expert? Is there anything that actually wins without that? No. So, I mean, this doesn't beat most things. Well, this doesn't beat actual Titans. I won't say it doesn't beat most things because I don't actually know how their deck, how often it's one versus the other. This is actually the other thing I thought about tutoring because we had Sling Gang Lieutenant and a 4th land on top. That's what made me think of it. But then I realized I might not have a 3rd land. Or 4th land, excuse me. So they grab Amulet. They have 1 floating. And Azusa would get them. Azusa and a bounce land would get them 1 mana. Would get them up to 5. They play Spelunking. Not the world's best card, but a card nonetheless. I think I'm just gonna play Pashalik Mons. They have every colorless land in the world. I said I was gonna play Pashalik Mons. Now that uses all of my mana, but I would like to get up to a 4th mana, so I am gonna pull Zoyoa off the top. That is not a way to get up to a 4th mana. Aether Vials on top of our library in case you're tuning into the podcast instead of the YouTube video. That's a joke. I don't do a podcast. I think that would be successful long form content. Just podcasting as if it's a baseball game and you just say one thing at a time. Faced Menace. You just read the game log. Red-Faced Menace casts Summoner Pact. Reveals Azusa Lost But Seeking. Casts Azusa Lost But Seeking. Plays Celestia Sanctuary. Untaps Celestia Sanctuary with Amulet of Vigor's ability. Replays the Celestia Sanctuary twice more. Plays Arboreal Grazer. Plays our Celestia Sanctuary. Now up to 7 mana. Cultivator Colossus. 4 cards in hand. Plays a Simic Growth Chamber. Holy fuck. They played 5 lands? 6 lands? 7 lands? 8 lands? I can bounce it, I suppose. If there were a Sting Scourger on top. Has Trample. I mean, the thing about Cultivator Colossus is that you always have non-lands in hand when you're done. So, like, you get to use all of the mana. No Titans, though. Interesting that they didn't play Vesuva. Oh, I guess they must have drawn it off the One Ring. I was going to say, copying Urza Saga is probably the best land there. So, can't kill Cultivator Colossus. No Kiki Jiki on top. Can I shuffle? No. There was maybe a point last turn where I could have killed Azusa had I not played Zoyoa off the top. Which is interesting to think about. Like, maybe I was not supposed to do that. As it stands, can't really do anything. I mean, I have a Death Toucher. I played my Munitions Expert to kill just a Dryad while I could. Could have killed Azusa. Maybe that would have been right. I don't know. They tapped both their Urza Sagas. There we go. So they find a Valakut. Finally. Now, they're going to kill my Death Toucher, I imagine. Nope, they just go straight face. How many land drops could they have? Titan? They packed for Titan. They play Titan. Probably grab 2 more Valakuts. I'm dead. There's one Valakut. One Valakut triggers 4 times. That's enough trample damage that I am dead. So we're going into game 2 against Titan for the second time in 2 minutes. I didn't mind our sideboard plan. Only I could remember it. I think I said Zoya was too slow. Turned out to be right. Don't really want to bounce anything they've got back to their hand. So Sting Scourger coming out. 1 ringleader likely enough. And I think that I cut an Aether Vial. I want to say that's what I cut. Sorry, I bumped the mic. I don't know how loud that even is. I feel like this is a good hand. Unfortunately, it makes me want to get a basic swamp, which means I can't play Snoop, but I think that's fine. Because any land I draw eventually, I will draw Snoop. Or play Snoop. We get the 2/2 Menace online. We need to draw a land or we lose. Within 2 turns. So and this will be, fuck, they already have the Amulet, but they played Saga into Amulet. So Mesa's good. I'm just gonna make it look like I'm cracking lands to trigger Descend. Although, I don't know if people know what that looks like yet. But we have a Munitions Expert if they were to say, play an Azusa this turn. Play an Azusa this turn, please. What I want to see is bounce land Azusa. Another Urza Saga. Take you to the cleaners. I expect a concession. We just killed 2 Urza Sagas with a Blood Moon and they untapped and played Forest. Well, they didn't untap anything, but they played Forest. Which implies they have an out, like a Boseiju, in their hand. So, what we're going to do is we're going to make our guys as big as we can. Attack for as much as we can. Hopefully draw land. No, Echo, no. I have descended. We have a Munitions Expert. That's, I mean, how do they beat that? They get to turn 3. They play a forest. They play Dryad. Play a bounce land. So they have green mana, but not for long. They were already dead to just my menace creatures, and they chose not to concede, but once I kill their Dryad, they concede. I mean, games like that. Interesting though, because you can really fuck them up with Summoner's Pact. I think I boarded out Kiki last. But you know what? Sometimes the only way you can win is Snoop. And just like get lucky, draw, have 10. This is a bad hand. This is a very bad hand. A 1/1 with menace and nothing else. I'll mulligan. Really that much better. Has a blood moon in it, but you have to draw runner. I mean, this kills. You don't even have any creatures to exile, so it doesn't kill anything. Well, on a mull to 5, I guess you keep this. I mean, maybe I should just mull to 4, because this is still bad. This can't win. I mean, I actually think you need the goblin count with this hand. Maybe you just pitch Matron. No, Matron gives you another shuffle. It's more likely that that wins us the game. The 1 out of 50 outer is more likely than Battlecry Goblin to win us the game here. I do feel that way. Wait, did I board Kiki out? No, I said no. All right. Yeah, I mean, we'll save the descend trigger in case we draw a guy. But we're already really, really far behind. We mull to 5. They kept 7. They have double amulet. We could just die right here. Play Boseiju. We didn't draw well. Say that. So I play Snoop here. We don't want to see Kiki on top. Don't. Want to see him next. They dismember our Snoop. So we lose. there's no way that we beat double amulet. Although it doesn't seem as if they have any bounce land. Nor do they have even a Dryad. Themed complementary pet. Oh, he disappears? Oh, this is... He's got a face and everything. I think we've lost. Oh, What is going on with their hand? Not gonna pay. I have another one. Gotta get my goblin count. I mean, I did descend, but not have enough channel points. This still. I alert. Got the guy. Got Valaka in play. My board is transmuting, it looks like. They're Teleria West. Why else do you get blue? West. They get Summoners Pact. I can't even draw a Blood Moon. I have to draw munitions. No! Have a good night. Goblin. If I get enough turns. Wow, they don't even block. I want to get bolt. Summoner's Pact. Primeval Titan. 1, 2, 5. That's. You get the haste. It's already enough. Alright. So. Titan once. We lost the Titan once. Lost to Ryan. Good at this game. I'm good at. This is a weird list. I mean, I wish I would have talked to Fallow before. It kind of just reeks of. And I'll just throw. I'll throw every goblin that's not Boggart Harvard. What happens? 5-0'd. 5-0'd on the 17th. What's the 17th? Friday night? 19th is Sunday. 18th is Saturday. 17th is 5-0 during Friday night. Guessing. Ever. There's a little bit. I just took my. This hand sucks. Imagine you get scammed and pick up my. Love to do it. Mulligan this piece of hand is not too much better, but does have interactive-ish cards. I don't know what they're on. They kept 7. I think I'm going to throw back Pashalik Mons. They polluted Delta and pass. I have a foil Sting Scourger I've been looking to play forever. Just not good enough. That's always how I felt. So this is Scam. We're going to trigger our Zoyawa. Next turn, I guess I'll bounce a Douthie Voidwalker. Doesn't sound good. But I can't reliably kill it. So, not going to try. Having it in hand will slow down. This Fable. Okay, I guess I'll bounce a Fable token. That's like slightly good. Is that really the best I can do though? If I matron for Ringleader, they swing in. I kill Voidwalker. They get an extra mana and they Fury. I actually do think I have to bounce the token. Doesn't seem good. But I can't play Squee. I have to save the munitions expert to kill the Fury. We're trading 3 for 2. But we are tied on life totals right now. With a discard. They discard a Bowmaster, which is like a little bit surprising. Because normally that would just chew up anything on the field. So they must really be looking for lands. Cast Furies hard, but they couldn't find them. So they're gonna... This is dumb. I don't think they know what Echo does. But they've made it so I cannot Echo. I guess I just attack with Squee? Now they can't kill it with their Bowmaster until I attack, so it does always get the 1/1. I assume they're gonna flash in a Bowmaster, then bop my stuff. There it is. Pings this Squee because he's gonna block it with the Orc Army token. So what are we hoping to draw? I don't know. We kind of have to kill this reflection now. The grief. So now I know we're hoping to draw either land or another munitions expert. Because if we don't kill this reflection right now, we can't win anymore because they hit us at every draw step. Well, we didn't draw either thing. And we don't have our fire main, we just have the twin shot sniper. So we're dead. Like, actually, no. But, well, okay. Maybe actually. This is 3 menace. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 menace. Yeah, we're actual dead. I mean, I guess you do want tar fires here. I don't know about crater makers. I guess you want Warren Weirding, even though they have Bowmaster. Kind of need it. I think Squeeze good. I don't think Sting Scourger's good. Probably do without one War Marshal. It makes menaces easier to block, so get rid of a Skirk. Do we want Chalice on one? No. Want Earwig Squad, Masked Vandal. Earwig Squad can like remove every Fury, which kind of puts the game in a better spot. Kind of tempted to do. Although, I mean, it's necessarily not in their hand. But these do go to top deck wars like really often. So let's bring in this and then take out the other Skirk Prospector. It's a decent. Doesn't do well against an actual scam, but the Thoughtseize is almost definitely going to take the ringleader. Thoughtseize took the Matron, which implies that they have something like a grief that they want to play. I'm probably about to get furied as I do this, but can't really not do this. Unfortunately, we don't have another fetch land to bring us up to 3 toughness on the Stalactite Stalker. Well, toughness would have been done in by the bolt either way. We're going to not pay Echo because we have another Stalker in our hand. We want to descend. We're going to attack. Play a Blood Crypt tapped. Play a Stalactite Stalker. Pass the turn. Perfect Fury math. 2/2 and 2/1/1s. Represents all of the cards I've played over the last couple turns. They play a Fable the Mirror Breaker instead. I get to crack a fetch land. Play a Ringleader. Get some decent hits. In fact, get hits that represent lethal next turn. The Battlecry Goblin. And 3 bodies already in play. They're discarding cards to their Fable. They discard nothing? Oh, they just put it on the stack. They discard, I assume, anything not a red card. Looking for freeze. They discard Grief and Blackleaf Cliffs. And then they concede. Alright, that's one way to beat Scam. We run it back. This is a pretty solid hand. It has no way to trigger Descend, but it does have Aether Vial on 1. If they were to scam me on turn 1, they're going to take Vial and Stalker. And then I'm kind of left with sort of a decent hand with Mog War Marshal that can block Grief, but not really. Can't block a scammed Grief and favorably. They are scamming us. Let's see if my assessment is as correct as their assessment. This card must be looking horrendous to them right now. I mean, they can't really stop me from hitting them with one thing by the time this game is over. So, like, took Stalker and Vial as I suspected. Yet, it moves. We drew another Stalker. It is a 1/1. So it dies to turn 2 Bowmaster pretty handily. We can't block. Take 4 down to 16. Crack their Polluted Delta. Cast a Douthie Voidwalker. I am pretty far from killing a Douthie Voidwalker. Also pretty far from using this Sokenzan in any kind of reasonable way. So I'm just going to play it. The one they know about. I'm going to play the Mog War Marshal as opposed to the Battlecry Goblin. And I'm going to swing in with my Stalker. I don't know if I'm going to double... I guess I am going to double block Grief. Because I'm not paying Echo. My extra 1/1 probably wouldn't get in. My Stalker might get in, and then I'll Earwig Squad them. Have a 5/3 in play. But then I'm taking 7. So I really do need to draw a Munitions Expert to get out of this hole. And they need to have not a Bowmaster in hand. Probably not the case. I think they just passed. They do have 2 cards in hand, though. Maybe. Let's see if we can hit him for 1. We hit him for one. So we're playing Earwig Squad, searching their library. This was probably a mistake. It probably shouldn't come in for this matchup. But I can tell you that they have one Fury in their hand. I can tell you they have one Fury in their hand. What else do they have? They have no scam cards in their hand. They have no Bowmasters in their hand. They have no Shieldreds. They might have a Molten Collapse, but I doubt you're playing 4 of these. So they have a Grief and a Fury in hand. Unless... Oh, no, no. They have a Fury and... probably no red card. Probably... not a Fable. I don't know. It's a Fury and something. It could be Fury Bonecrusher Giant. Oh, wait. Is it Fury Douthie Voidwalker? Why didn't they play it? Must have boarded out the Douthies. Well, I'm about to get the shit furied out of me. My 5-3 is dead. I have no outs. I can't win. I actually just determined from that I lose the game. Because once they Fury me, because I'm pretty sure it's Fury and a Bonecrusher Giant, they hit me for 7 and I can't. So it is a Molten Collapse. I'm kind of surprised that they don't want to Fury me, but that's fine. It makes sense. They don't need to. So I'm dead if I attack. Can attack. But I mean, I don't think they boarded down to 3 Furies against Goblin, right? Did they? What kind of a move would that be? Lightning bolt right in my face. That's why. Well, we lost to Scam, lost to Rhinos, lost to Titan. This deck is in a bad spot. It needs some love. I don't know what though. It's kind of crazy because it almost feels as if the only thing that would fix this is printing everything with 2 toughness. At least 2. Because then Fury is a little bit more fair. You know what I mean? Like, if Fury is a 2 for 2 in Modern, at least on its face, I don't care about Scam, then that's fine. And obviously 3 toughness is even better, but they're not going to be printing 1 mana Goblin. mean, they kind of did. Exactly. So this is another fucking Rhino's opponent. I know that you enjoyed the stream, but I may never stream ever again. Or at least not this deck. So they iced us, but it's actually exactly what we wanted to happen. Because we were gonna leave that mana unused anyway. So we're gonna grab a Blood Crypt. We're gonna put our 2/2/2 menaces into play. If they'll allow us. I mean, I was enjoying tuning the Black Red Mordor deck. Felt good playing cards I knew were good. Galactite Stalker, Bowmaster, Ragavan. I can't really tell you. Is every deck, not other decks, is every deck struggling against scam same way we do? I've always had a bad Rhinos matchup. That's fine. I really do like these caverns though. I just like looking at them. Oh, I should not have done that. That was a huge mistake. Because I knew that this was gonna happen, and I walked my 2/2/2s into it. I guess I kill one either way. Doesn't really change anything. Because I can't pop one to kill the other. Let's see if they know it has mana. I just played into subtlety there, and I should not have. I should have viled that in. But if everybody's having as much trouble scamming with as I am, then it's fine. Because I know from experience that scam loses to itself some amount of the time. Now, that doesn't make for a good format necessarily. Like the best deck being the best deck and it only loses to itself. That's actually the reason I think they banned Yorion. Too good. And it really only ever lost to its own bad mana. And Magic's game engine has that built into it, so I don't know what percentage of games are non-game, but they know it. As you approach that, alarm bells are. A land wouldn't be bad. Couldn't get there. Couldn't get the land we needed. Are we dead? We have a 3/3, a 1/1, 4, 5, 6, 10. Go to 3. I mean, I guess I'll play on. Take blue mana to assert dominance. And yeah. Not sure. What our best outs are here. So they don't attack with the Shardless Agent. Really just makes my job easier. I am not winning this game by not throwing goblins under the bus. So I believe our out is land. Violin Ringleader. Violin Battlecry Goblin. Activate. Swing. Activate. Haven't done the math. But I think that beats anything. Does that beat 4 blockers? I actually don't know. I don't think it beats 4 blockers. I think I have 0 outs. I mean, okay, wait. Land. I get Sling Gang and Pashalik, I guess. That's probably an out. Sling Gang, Pashalik, and no, I okay. So there's land. We Mog War Marshal, Skirk Prospector. I don't know. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 16 trample damage. We are the losers of this. Rhino. Rhino. I think that's it. I don't know. I'll bring in 1 Blood Moon. Twin Shot Sniper's bad. Squeeze bad. Ringleader, don't need it. Probably board out of Vial. And 1 War Marshal. Probably just boarded out 2 Vials, but here's a hand where Vial makes it sort of keepable. I'm really curious when I see these 5-0s and like your league just turns out so much differently. I always have to wonder how much of it is my bad play, because I like sometimes I get in my own head thinking, oh, I'm streaming, I'm just not paying attention. And so I play leagues offline and I do a little better, but it's probably just very like I think I'm gonna Zoyoa plus the Lactite Stalker. I was having fun doing that with my other deck. I have a feeling it's still. But he stops to read. This is my favorite Magic card art right now. I can't think of any. They're gonna bolt my poor Zoyoa? Oh, they're gonna bolt my poor Zoyoa. Damn. At least wait to see what comes out. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe they think I'm gonna Urk Prospector it. Which is fair. This might be a game where we can just patron for Sling Gang and get there. I am going to activate. Then I'm gonna tick up. And then I'm gonna play Cavern of Souls. And I'm gonna attack. Then, because Pashlik Mons is one of my very few outs to win this game, I'm going to play Matron. I think I'm going to get another Matron. They're subtletying my Matron. Considering I was going to get another one, I'll top that. They are going to Shardless Agent because they know I only have a Matron on top of my deck. I can kill one Rhino. I'm assuming they have another round of Rhinos. I have to Vile Matron if I want to play Munitions Expert. I don't have any 3-drops that are worth getting with. Think. No. Yeah, the only thing I can get is... I guess I could grab Warren Weirding. That's not good. Do I want to attack the trigger? No, it's only a 2-2. So I guess I'm going to do this before they have a chance to untap. Put in Matron. Although, like, maybe I'm just supposed to... What if I get Sling Gang and they have no removal? So Sling Gang is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is lethal. Fuck. That's lethal. I should have just fucking played Pashlik Mons. Because now I'm telegraphing it. But what are the chances? That they just don't have any removal. Maybe I get Ringleader and hope that I then hit a... No. I gotta do it. I don't know. I just have to hope that they have nothing. Because I threw out all the trickery. Because I thought I wanted to do this before they could untap and play a removal spell. But the more I think about it, the more I feel like they wouldn't have played the way they... Like, these wouldn't be in play if they had a removal spell. Like, you don't subtlety that matron if you can just deal with anything. I'm thinking that this is another Cascader. And then I guess we win. Unless they have dead gone. Blue mana. Really don't have to do much for Pashlik into Slingang to win. Maybe that's how he was winning all his games. So, can I sneak by any damage here? Yes. So they have to double block a menace creature. So now this blocks Matron. I sneak by 1 damage, but it's enough. I mean, I don't think we needed any, to be honest, but sure. I'm pretty sure they're dead. I forgot just how much damage this is. So we had they're at 13. So we had 2, 4, 6, 7 more damage. Did we have 20 damage? I don't think they were at 13. I think they were at 13. I don't actually know. I'm glad I spotted that because I almost didn't. That was like that required like the hard read of I'm pretty sure they just have Cascader. And I based that on nothing other than the way they played. I guess the fact that my 2/1/1 stayed in play, but they didn't have to kill those. After that, what are they gonna do? Enough? It just isn't, right? Turn 3 Blood Moon. I can't deal with any rhinos. This is a ton better. I don't think I want this munitions expert because I don't have enough goblins to make it kill anything. I can't believe we killed. I had just forgot. It's been so long since I've Pashalik Slinganged some. I think we're like gonna hope that they like the hope is usually that they waste their turn 2 so you know they can't petty theft you. And so you want them to waste their turn 2 on something really stupid. Like tapping your land or something. But it doesn't look like they're gonna because I feel like they're gonna fire ice me. That's a good draw. We're gonna attack first to see if we need to waste the fetch land. Looks like we do. Doesn't matter what we get here, so I'll grab a mountain. And we'll cast a chalice on 0. So I did it in some other game. Oh wait, maybe they essence scatter me or something. I shouldn't have yielded like that. Not essence scatter, but negate. I did it in some other game because I wasn't thinking. You can chalice for 0 while you have a chalice for 0 out to descend. I don't think we want to do that, but it is possible that the extra pressure is relevant. We're attacking them into 8 next turn. Can't cascade. They can Flames of Anor, Island Mountain. Yeah. So their Flames of Anor will only destroy that. And then they will still have to cast the. So I think I want to cast Matron. And I don't have another land, so it's kind of awkward. We can end this game-ish by getting an Earwig squad and removing 3 of their copies of Rhinos. Sometimes they only play 3. We can get a Sting Scourger. We can get a Battlecry Goblin. Battlecry Goblin will most likely end the game if we hit a land. Munitions Expert kills 1 Rhino. If that. Again, you need a land. They bank on not drawing a land, right? I get Pashlik Mons and I just swing in to a bunch of Rhinos. They block here. They take 1, 2, 3, 4. Go to 4. Not really enough. I feel like Earwig Squad is like spiking the football. Like kind of why I don't want to get it. Because if they do nothing next turn and I get in with an Earwig Squad, I win anyway. And if they kill this, I'm going to be playing another Chalice. So kind of think that Sting Scourger is the only way that I definitely kill at least one rhino. Which seems dumb. But I'm assuming they're going to Flames of Anor this. Untap Rhino. There's Flames of Anor. Untap Rhino. Play an island first. Gonna tap 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3. Kill my Zoyla? Been doing that a lot. I guess he's just like the smallest. They did untap Rhino and kill Zoyla. I think I made the right call. Although, I mean, I have Stalactite Stalker. But they could have fired. No, they couldn't have fired. I kind of don't want them to know that I have another Stalactite Stalker. I think I'm going to end up paying the Echo for this Sting Skirt too, which is crazy. Oh, I don't actually trade the 3/3. Fuck. Fury, no! Fury takes out so much of my board, and I can't beat it. Even if it's just the 2 Stalkers. Aw, man. I think I just lose. I can't afford to pay Echo. I mean, I guess Echo is like time walking them. I take 6. No, I can't afford to pay Echo. Because how am I going to win? Not with that. All right, I think we lose this one. Was this game 2 or 3? Game 3. We're going to 1-4 2 leagues in a row. Goblins suck. Damn. This is upsetting. I chose to play these decks instead of Scam. Look, I have Scam. And I just sit here trying to make Goblins work. And it just doesn't work. The top decks are too good against it. All of its plans. Ah, man. Well, this is disappointing. This was a pretty disappointing stream in general. There's no way. I mean, you can mulligan harder or whatever. All that's just saying you got to get lucky. These are, which is fine, but I don't want to play that anymore. Um, I don't know. I don't know where to go from here because it's clear Goblins is very bad against the meta. I mean, just all of the decks are more consistent and all of the... We gained nothing. That's what it comes down to. Like, Stalactite Stalker is good. It makes it so that... it makes it so that you can get into Sling plus Pashalik range more often. Which maybe is the way to build the deck. So if I'm going to make my version of Black Red Goblins, maybe it looks like this. Just feed to Ragavan. You play all this stuff. You're still kind of hoping to... Is there a way to do it with the... Last Runner? There might be. I think you keep Vile. You can go way down on lands. Because you have Vile. Probably don't play this. Probably don't play this. Come up. I have Arid Mesas. Apparently they're all foil. Say you're on 19 lands. You still can combo on 19 lands. Why? Oh, because it's over here. You want Pashlik Bonds, you want aggressive stuff. You just not want Matrons? But then you're super reliant on getting Snoop. If most of the time you're counting on all this aggressive stuff, then maybe you want to maximize the turn 3 combo, but you just... Get up to 4 mana for Sling Gang on 19 lands. Always have to be on Aether Vial. Doesn't work. Is there a fake Sling Gang? If there was, we would already know about it. Um, Goblin Bombardment is the answer, but not. Not really good enough. Well, you have to play a lot. Oh. I didn't have I wish there was a way to have it be like no cost in front of it. Body Dropper is interesting. I've never thought about using it. It should maybe be in the there's things to do with it. So we're already at 3 mana. Well, 3 mana is still wait, why am I doing this? Really? I got all the way down to Grima Wormtongue before realizing that. Here's the fake Sling Gang. But it costs 4 mana. 4/4 flying and haste. That's interesting. Probably not good enough, but okay, so there isn't a new one. A fake Sling down the curb somewhere. The closest you've got is Bogarden Dragonheart. Becomes a 2 flying haste when you sacrifice a creature. I guess the fake Sling Gang is just having Pashlik Mons and playing a ton of Skirk Prospectors, which I tried in my original build. Huh. And then Goblin Bombardment. Which could be. And I'm talking about not for the combo. I'm talking about for just like Pashlik Monsing somebody out. I guess Zulaport, Cutthroat. They just become 3-card combos. That's the thing. That's what Sling Gang does. Not only gives you goblins, but it doesn't force you to have another combo piece. And the Pashlikmon Slingang stuff is just good because it's good. Like, you can do it from a million mana or a million life away. It's just very, very good. So Menace makes it way more accessible. You're 20 lands. Let's say you move this. I was playing 20 lands in Mordor, actually, with 3 drops, but I had baubles. And Ragavan. Ragavan helps a lot with 1-landers. But so does Vile. You gotta play the guy that lets you sack goblins for mana. Yeah, it's Skirk Prospector. That's what I was saying. It's not like the meta is such that unless your play is winning you the game, sacrificing the goblins for mana is not good. So, like, if you turn your Mog War Marshal into a ritual, what happens? You take two mana and turn it into 3. What are you doing with it? Right? And so, like, you got to be churning through your deck with Snoop, which means you have to, like, reduce the cost of things. But now we've got black, and, like, even more of our cards are not reducible in cost. So, like, that becomes worse. And so, how much... Like, I have to gain enough from Skirk Prospector that it's not better to just have played Goblin Grenade. And Goblin Grenade is not good. Although maybe Goblin Grenade is good right now. But I don't want to play 8-whack. Like, we could go straight Jund. The Narcomancer. But I don't think. Fisher's Bauble, a Narcomancer. It's just worse than the Red Storm that Spike made a week ago. Because you're not taking advantage of any of your Goblin synergies. Anything other than Battlecry Goblin. Battlecry Goblin's a 4-mana play. What if we didn't play Aether Vial? And we played Mishra's Baubles? Nah, these Blast Runners only work when I had Ragavan and Fable and Fury. Makes me want to play Mordor again. But so let's go back and let's say we filled up all the space with Skirk Prospector. This is just no ringleader. No ringleader goblins. But I think ringleaders are good right now. I think everybody's playing super, super slow. Can't combo, but everybody's playing slow. So like maybe squeeze just not good enough, just doesn't make the cut. This doesn't make the cut. And then there's no other one drop spot anymore, but unless you mean like instead of Skirk Prospector, Foxhead. A lot of people just split them, but I mean, I don't know. I've been playing. I don't know how much you guys have been following. I know Insane Blaine, first time chatter. Good to see you. Thank you. So I'll show you guys like my whole thought process over the last couple. This is where I started with Mordor Descend. That's what I was calling it because it's orcs and goblins. So the Moria, I could call it Moria, whatever, it doesn't matter. And so I started here, and like, I mean, well, started here. I ended up here with what I considered the first draft of the deck. The whole idea was like Call the Death Dweller, pingers, and then just good cards. And it was like, it was okay. I was going 2-3, 3-2. Hordemaster sucked. And when I say sucked, it wasn't drawing any cards. Like, and it wasn't protecting my board from any kind of damage-based removal. So, like, what was the point? Like, it's never bad to exile the cards. It's just, like, it wasn't actually hitting. So, I, like, kind of got rid of it. And so then, over time, I got rid of Runevelt Hordemaster. Moria Marauder was playing really well because you play in Bowmasters. I mean, this is a ton of goblins. This is 10, 11, 12, 16, 20, 23 goblins. And then Fable makes goblins, but the rest of the goblins that you could fill it out with are like not worth hitting when you're playing like this with no vials. Like, you don't want Matron. The whole idea was you got your card advantage from Call the Death Dweller and Chain Whirler, but the only other way to get things in the yard besides Fable is for them to die. And Skirk Prospector, but that like never happened because there weren't goblins that were worth sacrificing. Mog Fanatic was just like garbage all the time. There's just nothing it's pinging these days because everybody has built their deck with Bowmasters and Fury in mind. So Mog Fanatic got even worse. And the only people that Mog Fanatic is hitting are people that are playing Fury, and like it's not good against Fury itself. So like, anyway, this evolved, and somebody suggested this guy, Goblin Blast Runner, and I didn't expect it to be good, but it was really good. And so I still had the 4 Death Dwellers and the 3 Chain Whirlers, but I switched out all of the 1-drops for Ragavans and Blast Runners, and then I think I got rid of 1 Zoyawa and a couple things. The Mishra's Baubles are just good. It's possible this can run even less lands. And these bolts. So then I showed this to Spike today, and Spike got totally stun locked by the number of Call of the Death Dwellers in it. And he was like, the Death Dwellers plan is bad. And I don't think he's wrong, but I don't know if any of the plan is good. So he didn't comment on any of it. So like other than the Death Dwellers and not having enough 3 drops for Death Dwellers, I guess to get max value because he doesn't consider the pingers good. Whatever. So he didn't like the bolts and he didn't like the Death Dweller. But maybe the bolts shouldn't be in there and the fanatics should be. That kind of doesn't make sense. Is Fable not good enough and you just want to play 4 Sling Gang lieutenants? Doesn't feel like that either. What's going on with this microphone that all of a sudden it's, I don't know. Can you get away with less lands when you have this many Mishra's Baubles? Probably. 4 Furies covers a lot of bases. What if we ripped all this out? What does it look like? Like, Stalker is good. Blast Runner was good. If I rip this out, I really need to tear apart their hand. Because I have no way to recover from anything. So you gotta start playing Kolaghan's Command and Thoughtseize and whatever Grixis role is playing right now. And as for the question of like, how do you want to win? Like, the idea is make a good Goblins deck and or a fun Goblins deck. And so like, I think what makes Goblins good is that it has game and combo matchups because it can combo, and game and grindy matchups because it used to be able to grind. Now it can't really outgrind the ring. And we don't have good enough top decks for spam. Where's those Grixis decks? I just want to see what. There's like these Dimir control decks that started playing red. And I wanted to see what they've got going on in them. I also wanted to look at this deck. I never looked at it. Just the classic. Probably it. Oh, this is just the greediest. I don't know why a person would play this. Neither do they. 03. That's where this came. Add ring and add more Sling Gangs. So, but you're talking about taking a deck that has 20 lands and, you know, not much else. And talking about Ringleader. Like, does this end up looking Ringleader bring up Aragorn? guess that's fair. Like this, we actually don't have enough goblins because I believe I don't think we even have enough lands for this, but like looking at it, if we pull the goblins out to the side, you've got 17. So your ringleader's gonna hit like none of the time. What happened to my Moria Marauders? Weren't they in here? I must have removed them like just by accident. So you have 2 more Moria Marauders. Um, and the Moria Marauders kind of do what Ringleader did, but you need a board state for it. So, like, let's say Ragavan's not good enough, which is insane. That's not true. But if you pull Ragavan out and you have this extra room now and you put 4 more goblins in, it's still not enough for Ringleader. The stats on Ringleader are insane what you have to play. So we could like do pie in the sky. Like assume you're on 49 cards in deck because you know you've drawn everything up to turn 4. Um, and you have 20 cards. And you let's say you have 20 goblins. You have the top 4. We want to know how often we hit 2. 50% of the time you hit 2 or more. You have to get up to. Whereas a classic goblins deck has like 30 goblins. Like let's count. And we'll. I gave you the pie in the sky number. Where you haven't drawn a single goblin. Ringleaders would take the Fables place. They don't really do the same thing. I know it feels like they should. They don't. Fable, the reason Fable is so good is because Fable is just a win con in 1 card where as long as you've built your deck correctly, like if they leave the Fable token or the reflection on the field, they can't win, right? There's no deck that can just beat a Kiki Jiki in play with the caliber of ETBs going on in 2023. So like it just wins the game and it ramps you to Fury, which is the thing that would win the game with Fable in play. You know what I mean? So like Fable is really, really good. And I don't think Ringleader is that. Ringleader you don't leave in play and it wins the game. Ringleader draws me 6,000 cards to throw at my opponent and hope that they can't deal with 6,000 cards, but they can sort of now. They kind of can. Which would be a reason not to play Ringleader. But Fling Gang can just sack your board. You have to get up to 4 lands, which we were. This is the way real people do it. So if you have 30 if you have 30 goblins, you have a 70% chance to because the idea is that these ratios they don't really change too much as you like draw from your deck. But when you go down to 20, it drops a lot. So like what can we put in play with Fable that's just gonna win the game? Fury. We have it already. We don't need more than that. Sling Gang. True, Sling Gang is that good. So maybe so. If you have these Ragavans, you have 2 more slots. I mean, I had Pashalik in my first iteration because I thought it would be cool to Call of the Death Dweller Pashalik mons and then sack things. And I don't know about Force Sling. I don't like these Mog fanatics, to be honest, especially without the calls. And you just don't have enough goblins to sack. I mean, it comes with 2. But we're not making bodies. That's the thing. Oh, if War Marshal is really good enough. So here the thing is, Mog War Marshal, I don't know if you noticed, it doesn't work well with Stalker, even though it feels like it should, because you play it and it doesn't trigger until next turn. You can't count on it for your descend trigger. And like once you play Mog War Marshal, you want to play Battlecry Goblin, and Battlecry Goblin doesn't work with Bowmasters. And like the truth is that Bowmasters is the best card in Modern. It's just like there's nothing that's better pound for pound than Bowmasters. So like the fact that you get to play this flavorful thing, like that happens to be the best card in Modern, like that's really what we're trying to do. And unfortunately, Bowmasters was going to be a goblin, and Aspiring Spike told him not to make it a goblin. Him and probably everybody else, though. Because if we got this, there's no way that Goblins isn't a top tier deck. There's no way in hell. But here we are, slamming orcs into this. I think Fable is good. I think Ragavan's good. All this is good. This core is like super scary. And I would even go so far as to put this into it. Not really as scary. So this is the best card in Modern. This core is a super scary aggro shell. Fable wins the game with Fury. And now we've got 9 slots. And I think Moria Marauder is good enough because of Bowmasters, but maybe it's not. Maybe these just happen to be goblins and there's nothing to do with that. Well, you have more than 9 slots. You have 12 slots? Because whatever. Like 12 is a lot. 12 is a lot. I can think of 12 good black and red cards to support this. You know what I mean? But then it kind of stops being a Goblins deck, but that's not terrible. Because Ragavan and Bowmasters throw a wrench in most of the Goblin stuff. Ragavan, I mean, he's so good. Like, let's say I wanted to keep playing Zoyoa because I'm on the Descend train. None of these need to be in. I mean, I like one Mauer, but now I can just play like 8 Thought Seizes. Like maybe your goblin count just isn't high enough. Like if you can imagine we were just complaining that we couldn't get our goblin count high enough um with classic goblins, which has Mog War Marshal and everything else surrounding it, munitions expert just isn't not good enough in a shell with way less goblins like that. Like you're not gonna really tempo them out um in that way. It's possible though. What were the flexes? Like these? Like when I'm looking for inspiration in a position like this, I usually just go and I look at any deck that's playing black and red, and I'm just like looking like, why can't I play that? Like Underworld Breach. We have Mishra's Bauble, why not? Underworld Breach Lightning Bolt might be it. You know? All your stuff goes to the graveyard, Underworld Breach Lightning Bolt. But then is that like actually better than Red Green Storm? Doesn't draw as many cards, I know that. Um I let's say I have 6 slots. Can I actually good? Do I have any? No. 3 other cards? That's a lot. Yeah, I'm not filling my yard with Dragon's Rage. Bushwhacker's bad. Just a bad card. The whole reason these are good is because they can solo a game on their own. They are Delver level cards. Delver took over Legacy for 15 years. Ragavan is banned. Like a 3/2 unblockable, which is what Goblin Blast Runner ends up being, is really, really good. It does a lot of damage, and they have to kill it. And the whole thing is you got to build your deck to not just get housed by Fury. When you start playing Bushwhacker, it's like you're so all in. You're talking about casting things and swinging where you don't need to. We're trying to commit to the board in a sustainable way, or such a scary way that they kill it immediately. They can't just sit back and wait till you walk yourself into a Fury. One card I was looking at was Cabal Therapist, which is like one of the dumbest cards ever printed, but it's a 1/1 with Menace that you name Fury when and they have to discard it. And like I do feel like with enough fodder this is great. And it's just a creature. You can Bowmasters and then do it. You can like it's just that you have to really I think you need to play it with Thoughtseize. because you want that information if you can before naming. And then you want some kind of recursion, right? Like you don't want to just sacrifice your good stuff to it. So bowmasters or something like that. Things like that. And that's why I was thinking Squee, but Squee is so expensive. Um, I guess you'd want this Squee. Because the idea is to get it into play to sack to Cabal Therapist, not discard it from your hand. But yeah, it's too expensive. So then you want Mog War Marshal, I guess. But there's nothing that works with Mog War Marshal here besides Cabal Therapist at this point. Remember Spike's black-red mid-range deck? I feel like that just played Douthie Voidwalker in these slots. Like, fine. But then that became Scam. And we're pretty close to Scam with this list. 4 Thoughtseize, 4 Ragavan, 4 Bowmasters, 4 Fables, 4 Furies. So, like, the thing you do has got to be a good reason not to play Scam as well. Which, to be honest, you listen to the pros talk and they don't have a good reason not to play. Because it's just like a solid 50-50 deck. Maybe 51 deck. Would like to try this. This feels interesting. Don't think Moria Marauder is fitting the more and more time goes on. It was good. Like, let's say you work Thoughtseize into this. What are the flexes at this? 5 cards. Because you don't need Moria Marauder anymore. You're like kind of really trying to tempo them out. Which is, game is just a tempo deck that shoves all its tempo in the first. We're trying to shove it over 5 turns. So you would want not necessarily counter spells, but ways to stop their plays. And we keep coming back to Scam because these cards, they suck. But when you're shoving all your tempo in the first turn of the game, you get to just slap a Not Dead After All when they try to remove your grief in some number of games. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just good enough a lot of the time. So, like, if we're looking at these 5 and they have to be preventative, even just 1 toughness fuck people up. We just play Boros Charm? Is Boros Charm what we're looking for? Creatures you control get indestructible and double strike if you wanted? The double strike is never better than just the 4 damage mode, but permanents you control gain indestructible. Like, really? Or you could also play a different white card. What is it? Shelter or something like that? Like creatures you control gain protection from the color of your choice. Choose one. Well, we're not playing human. Um. Like Break of Day would fuck people up. They play Fury and you Break of Day. Like I have no doubt that that's true. But like obviously that is not really a constructed playable card because most of the time it's bad. But it's possible something like this ends up being good enough in constructed someday because it does stay on the field. It's a piece of cardboard that you can sacrifice to other things. But I don't think this is the deck for it. This cycle, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm like, there's a lot going on, and is part of the steering of this. It's like we're at a point where we would end up making scam based on what we want to do because I love that style of deck. Like, I bought it for a reason. Like, I want to play a combo deck. Scam is a combo that can play Blood Moon and tries to cheese wins. Like I enjoy that. So like game is a little bit more on the mid-rangey side than the combo, but it is basically a combo. And so but because scam already exists, part of this exercise is like do it but make it not scam. So like I kept saying, you know, a lot of the cards I'm looking for are the scam cards, but you just make different choices. Like, should we play Heroic Intervention? I have like 5 paper copies of this card that I found in a box the other day. Just be Jund Goblins, play Heroic Intervention. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible. Just all of them. Like completely reactive, but you get to hold up Bowmasters. Are there counter spells that you could be playing in red? Like 5 cards is sort of people made scam goblins. Canister did it. And I mean like we could do it like You could do it right now because if you're playing Scam Goblins, what you're saying is the combo is where it's at. And so you kind of want the tutors, but not really. You don't really want munitions experts. Definitely don't want this. Don't want any of this crap. You're looking to grief people. Dying evil. You have to do this online for some reason. I think it reads the not as something else. Probably don't want Aether Vials, but you can play them. Want Fury. I hate that Fury doesn't come up when you type Fury. You don't need Pashalik Mons. Don't want this. Want thoughts. Then you're done. This is like a playable. Because you have Aether Vial, Matron and Harbinger work together. But essentially what you're doing is, I mean, maybe it's better now with Stalker, but really you have you have a whole bunch of cards in your deck that you just do not want to draw. But we'll also pitch to Scam and Fury. Like, I don't know if this is actually enough red cards for Fury, but it's not hard to adjust. Wait, didn't I have 4 Thoughtseize? Oh, this is just playing 2 Thoughtseize in the main and 2 in the side. But like Fury's a lot harder to hard cast here because you don't have the Fables. So like if you want more, what is this sorted by color? Yeah, there's a lot more black than red. And you can fix that. Like you can not play Sling Gang, you can just play Fnatic. The combo works the same. You can not play Stalactite Stalker. You can play Zoyoa if you really want. I don't like that, but you could. But like the truth is like Ragavan is gonna be better. It's a deck. You can do it. And the original Snoop Goblin decks looked not like this, but they looked like Jund decks. They looked like black-red mid-range decks that they were playing 4 Thoughtseize because the combo is the best thing to be doing with Goblins in Modern in general. But where's my black-red Mordor deck? I don't have all the cards anymore. Yeah, because I'm missing a Cabal Therapist. I guess I'm gonna try this with 4 Thoughtseize and 2 Cabal Therapists, and then some way to draw cards that is not this or protect my guys. You get Cabal Therapist, Goatbot before I'm dead. Not worth anything. Get 4 of them. There's a bunch of you here and it's late. Not gonna give you to the ham. Ariok is apparently killing people. Somebody who's not playing Mill? You want to watch somebody play Scam? No. I don't watch Rhinos either. Murktide scales mid-range in Modern with a typo. Sending you guys to Count Cracula. Count Cracula is playing a very strange. If his title is accurate, can't imagine what's. But good name, both his stream and his account. Oh man, they canceled the trade. I didn't get there in time. Anyway, I'm gonna keep working on this, so feel free to follow. I guess I'm gonna post this 6-hour monstrosity of 2 1-4s on YouTube, but like, should I? I don't care enough not to. So I guess I will. Maybe this is Cabal Therapist time to shine. Maybe I'm supposed to be playing Copter Goblins again. Do I have that deck still? Deleted it. It's basically just Smuggler's Copter works well with Squee Goblin Nabob, which is the other Squee. Just draw a card every turn. And you can play Copter on turn 2 and then Matron on turn 3 and you're good. So maybe we should just be grinding people that way with no ringleader. Just draw 1 extra card a turn no matter what it is. I think I may try that out. Maybe in this deck even. Anyway.